motion. Yes. Defense. How you go?
Defense and administration. That's a move.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important tasks in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 9th November 2022. One, request from the National Executive for approval of deployment of the Kenya Defence Forces in support of the National Police Service. Two, the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the explanatory memorandum. Three, request for extension of operation of statutory instruments issued under the Capital Markets Act and the Central Depositories Act. Four, monetary policy statement for June 2022 from the National Treasury and Planning. Five, annual performance report for the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Credit Guarantee Scheme for the financial year 2021 to 2022. Six, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Central Bank of Kenya for the financial year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. Seven, consolidated special audit report of the Auditor General on COVID-19 vaccine rollout in Kenya as at 31st March 2022. Eight, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited for the financial years ended 30th June 2018, 2019, and 2020, and the certificates therein. Nine, report of the Auditor General and the financial statements of the Kenya Petroleum Refineries for 15 months in the period ending 30th June 2017, and the certificates therein. 10, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the national government funds for the financial year ended 2020-2021, and the certificates therein. 11, forensic audit on KBC Digital Terrestrial TV, DVB T2 platform coverage rollout project. 12, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the following institutions for the financial year ended 30th June 2018, and the certificates therein. A, Witness Protection Agency Staff Motor Car Loan Scheme. B, Konoin Technical Training Institute. 13, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Kenya Post Savings Bank for the financial year ending 31st December 2019, and the certificates therein. 14, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the following institutions for the financial year ending 30th June 2019, and the certificates therein. A, Sotik Technical Training Institute. B, National Police Service Commission Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. C, Witness Protection Agency Staff Motor Car Loan Scheme. And D, Shamberere Technical Training Institute. 15, report of the Auditor General and the financial statements of the following institutions for the financial year ending 30th June 2020, and the certificates therein. A, the National Police Service Commission Staff Car Loan Mortgage Scheme Fund. B, Witness Protection Agency Staff Motor Car Loan Scheme. C, Konoin Technical Training Institute. D, Bumbe Technical Training Institute. E, Shamberere Technical Training Institute. F, Kibabii University. G, Kerio Valley Development Authority. H, National Police Service. I, Kenyatta International Convention Center, KICC. And lastly, the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number
Is the chairperson? Okay, chairperson for security is not, okay. Okay, the Honorable Member for Mukurweini regarding, Honorable Member for Mukurweini? Yes. You have a statement.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the acquisition of Spire Bank Limited in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Spire Bank Limited is a locally owned bank whose majority shareholding is Mwalimu National Sacco. The bank was initially operated as Equatorial Commercial Bank. Prior to its acquisition and eventual rebrand by Mwalimu National Sacco, the Sacco holds deposits from hundreds of employed, retired teachers, and other customers across the country. Since its acquisition by Mwalimu National Sacco, the bank has undergone a myriad of challenges that includes mismanagement and financial constraints. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1, could the chairperson explain whether there has been an offer to acquire the Spire Bank Limited and what is the status of the said process of acquisition? Number 2, could the chairperson explain the role played by the Competition Authority regarding the acquisition, and in particular the recommendations and decisions rendered by the authority? Number 3, could the chairperson state how much loss or profit will be realized after the acquisition? Number 4, could the chairperson explain steps taken by the government through the Central Bank of Kenya to assist the bank, if any, particularly in seeking strategic investors that will ensure the shareholders' interests are safeguarded, among others? Number 5, could the chairperson state the steps taken by the government to ensure that over 110 employees working with Spire Bank Limited are secured or offered other alternatives? Number 6, could the chairperson further state measures put in place to secure the deposits of hundreds of employed and retired teachers and other customers across the country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The honourable member for Awendo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a request for statement regarding insecurity in Awendo constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 44-2C, I would like to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs regarding the unexplained wanton killings of the constituents of Awendo. Honorable Speaker, I have filed petitions after petition, and even now there is one pending on the killing of over 15 people in the last few months. This matter is of great concern, and it is my humble submission that the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs explain what must be the reason behind this breakdown of law and order, which has never been seen in Awendo. People are losing lives daily, and the police are not coming up with any justifiable explanation. In the petition, I mentioned some of the murders which have not been resolved and seem to be done by same culprit or persons. These are, number 1, Mr. Eric Were was murdered on the night of 15th October 2022. Mr. Joshua Okumba Maneno was also murdered on 10th October 2022. Madam Alice Anyango was murdered on 12th August 2022. Mr. Brian Ochieng was murdered on the 17th July 2022. Mr. Tom Ouma was murdered in Ranen on 4th July 22. Mr. Johnston Onyango Moga was murdered on 5th June 2022 in Awendo Town. Mr. Lamek Nyangaga was murdered on the 25th May 2022. Jackton Muga was murdered inside the Awendo West SDA Church on the night of 23rd March 2022. Mr. Joel Oyugi Orondo was murdered on 12th March 2022. Mr. Peter Micheni was beheaded in Awendo on 23rd January 2022. Mr. Jeremiah Oliach Anyona was murdered on the 26th October 2021 in Kokuro Junction. Honorable Speaker, even when the dust has not settled and the people of Awendo are still waiting for the police to arrest the culprits, 2 more grisly killings have again just taken place. On 3rd November 2022, Bernard Akoth was murdered on his way back to his Sonic house in Awendo town. Mr. Donald Amongo Abonyo, who traveled to Awendo from Nairobi, was murdered on the 7th November 2022, just over the weekend, when he alighted from the bus in the wee hours of the morning. As a matter of security for the people of Awendo and Kenyans in general, a solution must be found and reasons behind these senseless murders brought to an end. And the security apparatus in the county must find a solution once and for all. Honorable Speaker, Awendo Town is the backbone of economic activities of the constituency because of the Sony Sugar Company. And any breakdown on law and order means this is creating negative impact on development which might never be regained. The residents have now been left in state of fear and dependency due to the security breakdown in the last few months following these murders. This House must ask the government to assure all Kenyans that they and their properties are safe and they can go about their duties without any fear, particularly that they will not be seemingly killed. The police also seem to have not taken their work seriously in Awendo and has never given any way forward to lead us in dealing with this situation. Some of the officers have overstayed in Awendo and are being accused of being involved in these murderous activities. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs on the following. 1. Could the chairperson explain the circumstances that has led to such said killings and provide the status of investigations into these said killings of persons in the said area? Number 2, could the chairperson state the factors that are inhibiting the government to do proper intelligence in order to identify and arrest the culprits? Number 3, could the chairperson explain measures that the government has put in place to ensure that there is long-term and sustainable peace to the community? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
As regards your point of order, Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to speak in support of that statement by the member for Awendo. Honorable Speaker, issues to do with insecurity are indeed on the rise. And it's not just in Awendo constituency, but across the nation. You have seen very unfortunate incidents, Honorable Speaker, including the stabbing of a 24-year-old right here in Nairobi in Ridges, Honorable Speaker, and my sympathies to the family and many other Kenyan families who have lost loved ones as a result of insecurity, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, more importantly, even as you direct on what to do with that statement, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask, Honorable Speaker, that now that we have committees almost finalized, and I think we should be finalizing even election of chairs by the end of this week, the House Procedures Committee, Honorable Speaker, acts with haste to amend our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, to allow the cabinet secretaries time to come and answer these very pertinent questions, especially on issues to do with insecurity in the country, Honorable Speaker, because it is a problem that is not just in Awendo. Nairobi, I think, has become one huge crime scene. And even in my own constituency, Honorable Speaker, in the last few weeks, cases of insecurity, border thugs riding on borders, Honorable Speaker, harassing people. And these cases are prevalent, Honorable Speaker. But I'm glad, Honorable Speaker, in a way, that we have now vetted, and I think the chair of the Security Committee will also be tabling the report on the vetting of the IG, and we have a new DCI, Director DCI, and we must ask them as soon as they take office to make sure that all these cases of insecurity are brought to a complete halt so that Kenyans are able to carry on with their businesses, be it in Awendo, in Kikuyu, in Nairobi, anywhere in this country, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans must feel safe. And with that, I really want to support, even as we wait on your direction on that statement.
Honorable members, as regards the statement by the Honorable Member of Mukurweni on the acquisition of Spire Bank, do we have a response from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning? Chairperson for the Departmental Committee of Finance? Okay. Proceed to the response then from for the next statement by the Honorable Member of Awendo on the killings in Awendo constituency. I think that can be responded to by the Honorable, the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Security, Honorable. Or do you need time to?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I've keenly heard what the Honorable Member has said, and now that we are soon going to have the Inspector General of Police, hopefully this House is going to approve. We are going to look into that, and maybe 2 weeks, we can able to respond to it. More importantly, Honorable Speaker, as the leader of majority has said, I think is the issue of looking into amendment of our standing orders so that we can allow the cabinet secretaries to be in this House to address such issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And Honorable Chairperson, you also had a notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the desk of the House today, Wednesday, the 9th November 2022, this afternoon. The report on the Joint Committee of the National Assembly, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs, and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Affairs on the vetting of the engineer Javed Koome Njembere for the approval as the Inspector of National Police Service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We proceed with your notice of motion.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. On the same, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs, and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the vetting of Engineer Javed Koome Njembere for approval as Inspector General of the National Police Service, laid on the table of this House today, Wednesday, November 9th, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Section 12(1) of the National Police Service Act 2011 and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Approval Act 2011. This House approved the appointment of Engineer Javed Koome Njembere as the Inspector General of the National Police Service Commission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order number 8, motion, empowerment of artisans by the national government. Question to be put.
Honorable members, this motion was concluded, and what remains is putting the question, and I now proceed to do so. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that aware that there are many talents amongst the youth of this country, noting that these talents have been severally displayed through various inventions and also innovations by artisans in platforms such as the annual Youth Innovation Week and profiled on social media, and concerned that the most of these innovations and artworks do not go beyond making sensational stories in their localities and local dailies and social media mentions. Noting that most of the innovations and artworks are crucial in ideas promotion, intellectual development, and at creating employment and addressing the problems that affect us as Kenyans on a daily basis. Concerned that There is inadequate support and administrative measures to support the artisans, and cognizant of the fact that the Kenya Vision 2030 seeks to make our country an industrialized middle-income economy in the next 9 years. Aware of the immense potential for wealth creation and job opportunities through our local production, generated if well developed and commercialized. Also recognizing that our imports are well in excess of 2 billion shillings, and most of these imports are not relevant to the Kenyan market. Noting that homegrown technology would be region sensitive and appropriate for the environment and social economic dynamic and suitable for our utility. Further concerned that most of these artisans lack appropriate technology skills, capital, and tools. This House resolves that the national government, through the relevant ministry, formulate a policy of ring-fencing 2% of the monies allocated under the National Government Constituencies Development Fund and the Ways of Fund for the purposes of equipping artisans with the necessary skill and technology and tools. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? Aye. And will as many of the contrary opinions say no? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, motion, session of paper number 3 of 2021 on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Mover to reply.
This matter had also been concluded. What remained was for the mover to reply.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply that this House adopts session of paper number 3 of 2021 on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights that was laid on the table of the House on 21st September 2021. Honorable Speaker, let me just thank all the members who contributed to this motion. Honorable Speaker, the huge interest that members had in this motion was evidence that many of us here appreciate the role that the respect of human rights within our labor force, Honorable Speaker, is how important this is, Honorable Speaker. More so, Honorable Speaker, because we, being the people's representatives, many of the people who are working either in the private sector or even in government agencies, Honorable Speaker, are our constituents, they are our voters, and they are the people we represent, and therefore the respect and honor of their human rights, Honorable Speaker, by corporates, both private and government agencies, Honorable Speaker, is of paramount importance to us as the people's representatives. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, since we now have a policy that creates that action plan on how agencies of government and even private entities will be governed in a way that they conduct business in a way that respects human rights, Honorable Speaker, I just want to pray that this House will adopt this session of paper, and Honorable Speaker, that all our corporates, both private and public, will honor the provisions of this policy direction in view of ensuring that nobody, whether you are a Kenyan corporate, Kenyan citizen corporate, or even those corporates that have come from outside this country in terms of foreign direct investors who are investing in our country, that they respect our people and respect their rights. With that, those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
This matter has now been concluded, and I now proceed to put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the sessional paper number 3 of 2021 on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, laid on the table of the House on the 21st of September 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion, changes to committee membership.
Honorable Speaker, Allow me to move this motion under Standing Order 148, Honorable Speaker, in an amended form, that further to the resolution of the House of Thursday, 27 October 2022, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified in the order paper, Honorable Speaker, and since the entire list is provided for in the pages up to page 163, Honorable Speaker, I don't wish to take members through the entire list. But Honorable Speaker, as we promised, both in the majority and minority leadership, that immediately after elections, Honorable Speaker, we would have an opportunity to deal with members' placement in committees, especially those members who found themselves either not within any committee. There are also a number of members, like the Honorable Samuel Moroto, who I can remember from the majority side, who were only placed in one committee and didn't, a departmental committee or a select committee, didn't have a departmental committee. There are members who were in departmental committees, no select committees. A few were in select committees without a departmental committee, Honorable Speaker. And we have endeavored, as we promised, to ensure that we place members at least in a departmental committee, subject to the availability of those slots on both coalitions. And Honorable Speaker, I will just beg members to understand that the number of slots available in departmental committees across the political divide are limited. And therefore, you may find yourself in the minority missing out on a departmental committee, but hopefully maybe you are in a good or very influential select committee. And members do know what select committees, depending on the applications, that they considered to be influential select committees. And Honorable Speaker, there was also the opportunity after the election of the chairs and vice chairs that any chair in line with our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, who has been elected, and you remember by the time we were doing these lists, many members had not been elected in either chairs or vice chairs. Subsequently, after election of chairs and vice chairs, we have had to move chairs who had two committees to leave them in line with our standing orders with just one committee, as provided for in our standing orders. Unless, of course, someone is in the select committees that don't sit often, like the appointments committee, whose work is almost sessional or seasonal at the time of appointments, and a few maybe in the selections committee, Honorable Speaker. And one or two, Honorable Speaker, chairs, vice chairs, sorry, who have been moved because probably they have been elected as a vice chair of a committee and they were in two very high-profile committees, and therefore to be able to accommodate other members who are in less high-profile committees, we have done those movements. And this is across the board from both the majority and the minority. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, because this is just deployment, Honorable Speaker, we did indicate, and I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that as I indicated here, and I think the leader of my minority spoke to it last time, that the selections committee will no longer just be a committee that sits once at the beginning of the session to place members, and unless people are being de-whipped, is the next time it sits. We have had discussions on how the selections committee will work in this session, Honorable Speaker, and agreed within the selections committee and forwarded the same to the House Business Committee that has agreed with us that we want to place members in committees where they will not only participate, but become active participants in their committees. Therefore, if you are lucky to find yourself in a committee, either a committee you wish to be in or one that you never wish to be in, and you have been placed in that committee, your active participation in that committee will determine whether you continue to sit in that committee. And once every month or every few weeks, we shall be sitting as a selections committee to review minutes of your committee sittings to ensure no member simply appears before a committee to sign the register and walk out. We shall review minutes to review how actively our members across the political divide are participating in the transactions of that committee. so that you allow other members who probably would have more time to be active participants in particular committees the opportunity to serve in those committees. So I just wanted to mention that, Honorable Speaker, so that if you see a lot of changes every now and then, we will understand that those changes are informed by our own actions or inactions in our committees. Therefore, for those who are serving in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, for those who serve in the Defense Committee, for those who serve in the Transport Committee, Health, and I think the other was Energy, that had very huge interest. Those, I think we have agreed within the leadership, both the minority and majority, that we'll pay special attention to those committees so that any member who is not an active participant, then you will allow your leadership, your party leadership, to move you to a less busy committee or probably where you will find time to serve in. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg to move this motion, Honorable Speaker, and ask members to support so that now these committees may be able to sit, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, I think as early as this evening, and that's why you don't waste a lot of time with it. There are committees that are yet to have their elections, and part of the leadership in those committees sits in these changes, and that is what I'd even informed some of the changes. There are changes that we needed to do that either the minority or the majority intended to place certain members to lead certain committees, and we needed to move them so that they can be able to go ahead and hold the elections, especially the select committees, PIC. I think the Committee on Cohesion also is here to hold the elections, and therefore we should be able to allow them from this evening to be able to schedule the elections and elect their new leadership, and committees can begin work. With those few remarks, I beg to move and ask the Deputy Leader of Minority, the Honorable Mbui, to second.
Honorable Leader of Majority, before the secondment by your colleague, I think, Leader, you had indicated that you are moving the motion in its amended form. So if you could kindly pronounce the amendments for the record and for the benefit of the
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I forgot to mention that I did indicate that I'm moving this motion understanding number 148 in an amended form, and the amendment is on page 163 on the House Procedure and House Rules Committee to delete that provision that the Honorable Maalim Farah MP to replace Honorable Yakub Adokuno MP. Honorable Speaker, at the time the minority side was making this change, it had not come to the attention that the Honorable Farah, being a member of the Speaker's panel, is by virtue of his office already a member of this committee, and therefore this will stand deleted for now, since the Honorable Farah already sits in that committee by virtue of his office.
Seconder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the motion on changes to committee membership. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the Leader of Majority that basically this is meant to rationalize membership to different committees so that as much as possible, because this is going to be an ongoing process, every member will as much as possible be given opportunity to serve so that they can be able to, of course, represent their people as expected. Madam Speaker, I want to just make two comments, quick comments on my observation on membership to committees. The first one being the issue of equality of committees. Madam Speaker, when members come to this House, in fact, especially first-time members, there is a clamor for very specific committees. And I think it's important going forward to find a way so that we can make it clear that all committees of the House are basically the same, so that we don't have every member who comes to Parliament wants to be either budget or transport. It's important that we ensure that whatever makes them attractive is also provided in all the other committees so that that business of members fighting for two committees ends. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is that we must also rationalize, and this is something we had requested in the House Business Committee, that we end up doing an audit of all members and the number of committees each member serves in, so that we can be sure that every member gets their fair share of committee membership. Because, Madam Speaker, when we do that, the little dissenting voices will also be quelled. And it's important that we operate with cohesion as a parliament. So it's important that later on we do a good audit so that we know every member serves in how many committees. Because a member could be in too many committees and be unable to serve, or be in less than enough committees, maybe in only one, and they can be able to add value if they had more than one. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think it's important the House Business, the Procedure and House Rules Committee needs to look at the number of slots that are available in committees. You know, every time, even when the Speaker pronounced themselves on this issue, they say that members should, as much as possible, be in a departmental committee and then in a select committee. And that I think all members expect that to be a bare minimum. But Madam Speaker, the departmental committees are only 20 with 15 members each. That gives us only 300 members. This House has 349 members. So 49 members will not be in a departmental committee. It's not possible for them to be in a departmental committee. And if a member ends up in 2 departmental committees, that means more than 49 end up not being in a departmental committee. So maybe we need to rationalize and look at the numbers, maybe increase the membership to committees going forward, or increase the number of departmental committees so that every member can at least fit into one departmental committee. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable Member for Ruaraka, what's your intervention?
Madam Speaker, probably it could be proposed first before I make my...
Honorable members, I now wish to propose the question that further to the resolution of the House of Thursday, 27th October 2022, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified here, as specified and outlined in today's order paper, particularly in pages 161, 162, 163, and 164. We will proceed to put the question. Yes. I think I will, let me allow him a brief.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much for allowing me to put my voice in spite of Dr. Pokose, who always wants to put questions because he has nothing to debate when it comes to the House. But Madam Speaker, Dr. Pokose knows he's my classmate, so I am the only one who has the privilege to say certain things that others cannot say about him. But Madam Speaker, I don't usually talk about committees, neither am I interested really in who goes to what committee and that kind of thing. But something is in sensing, which I must talk about. And this is about someone who has pleaded, and perhaps he does not have a voice to speak. That is why some of us must speak for him. Member for Westlands. Would it be in order to ask the majority leader, together with minority leaders, to amend this motion in that place where Honorable Farah should have been in Rules Committee, to include member for Westlands? Is it because he's a man living with disabilities that people often just put him underfoot? Or is it because today I must say, is it because he's the brother of the Speaker that people do not think that he cannot do anything? He is a third-term member and is being put in broadcasting, surely. And a lawyer for 35 years standing, yes, he has a lot to offer broadcasting, but surely somebody must speak for him. Madam Speaker, I beg you, he is here, the majority leader is here, and the leadership is here. Would I be in order to request these two people to agree and amend this particular order, just to make sure that member for Westlands is taken care of. I beg. This is the only thing I wanted to say.
Majority, you have an intervention?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate the issue raised by the Honorable TJ Kajwang in respect to the member for Westlands, and I want to confirm indeed the issue of the Honorable Tim Wanyonyi was raised in the House Business Committee yesterday under the chairmanship of the Speaker, and the minority whip and minority leader who are seated in that committee did confirm on behalf of the minority that they are looking into that issue. Let me also use this opportunity to reconfirm to the Honorable TJ. I don't know if he was here when I was speaking, but my reaffirmation that the selections committee, which I chair, shall not be a committee that will sit once in a whole session of this House. We shall continuously sit to ensure that we strike a fair balance for everybody. But also, Honorable Speaker, it's also good to mention that we have also endeavored to ensure that even for our new members, any member of parliament, whether I am serving my first or third term, you are a member of parliament. And we have endeavored to ensure that we also strike a balance between our new, those who are very old members, and those who are not so old, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I just want to assure the Honorable TJ and also the member for Westlands that that issue was indeed raised in the House Business Committee yesterday, and the minority leadership did commit that as soon as we're able to sit, and we shall soon be sitting because of even the provision of what we have deleted in respect to the House Procedures Committee, we should be able to look into his issues. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I now proceed to put the question without any further interference. Honorable members, I put the question that further to the resolution of the House of Thursday, 27th October 2022, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the members of the respective committees as specified in today's order paper, particularly in pages 161, 162, 163, and 164. In as many as of that, this opinion say aye. Aye. In as many as of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it.
Order number 11, special motion, deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
The Honorable Chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its consideration of a message from the National Executive requesting approval of deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House this Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and further approve the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the regional forces. Madam Speaker, this is something very, very critical and very important to this House. We did meet the Ministry of Defense. I will. On Thursday, 3rd, 2022, you conveyed a message to the House from the National Executive requesting approval of the deployment
Honorable Chairperson, move the motion as per the
Okay,
order paper.
I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee of Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report of the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 240, 8A of the Constitution and Section 18, subsection C, and 36(2) 2A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012, this House approved the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces personnel to East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations. I beg to move that this House adopts the report. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 3rd November, never been a chair, and learning the ropes. Honorable Speaker, on 3rd November 2022, you conveyed a message to the House from the National Executive requesting approval of deployment of Kenya Defense Forces, KDF, to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, pursuant to Standing Order 42, subsection 4, provisions of Article 248 of the Constitution, and Section 18C and Section 32(2)A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012. Honorable Speaker, the committee has considered the request by the executive requesting for the approval of the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to Democratic Republic of Congo, pursuant to the provisions of Article 248 of the Constitution, Section 18C and 36(2)A of the Kenya Defense Force Act 2012. Honorable Speaker, Article 240 of the Constitution establishes the National Security Council, whose functions under the Constitution in relation to the matter for deployment is with the approval of Parliament, underlined, deploy national forces outside Kenya for regional or international peace support operations or other supports. The Commission takes cognizance of the fact that Kenya is a member of the United Nations, the African Union, the East African Community, and being aware that the DRC joined East African Community just this year on April 2022 and is now a fully fledged member and partner of the East African Community. Madam Speaker, the mandate of the envisaged regional force is jointly plan and conduct operations with the armed forces of the DRC, that is FADC, in joint area of operation to defeat the local and foreign armed groups in Eastern DRC and support FADC in maintenance of law and order. The mandate will enable the regional force to support DRC in collaborating with humanitarian agencies to continue humanitarian relief to populations affected by activities of armed groups, including IDPs, and support the programs of disarmament, community reintegration, and stabilization of peace. Madam Speaker, the peace in DRC is and instability in DRC. Kenya being an anchor in the African state and pivotal part in peace process must be involved in bringing stability and peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. When the Ministry of Defense appeared before us, we took time to interrogate why we really need our officers in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm sure many, Madam Speaker, even in this House, will ask why we will continue to send our officers for missions and what will be the benefit of this country when we send our missions abroad. Democratic Republic of Congo is a key partner in the East African community, and as Kenyans, we have several interests in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have banks. We are continuing to open bilateral agreements that will enable some of the agreements that we have in the East African community be domesticated in the Democratic Republic of Congo. For instance, you cannot, in the current constitution, the Democratic Republic of Congo, lease land if you are not Congolese. These are some of the things that the East African community treaties and agreements will be able to open up, and we have these matters domesticated to allow even Kenyans to operate in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We already have our bank, the Equity Bank, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and its peace is as good as our peace in this country. Madam Speaker, having received the request for approval of the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces, the regional force analyzed both oral and written submissions made before the committee and appreciated the applicable legal regimes at the United Nations, the African Union, the East African Community, and the country level. The committee observed as follows. Honorable Speaker, the deployment request had complied with the relevant legal provisions in the UN Charter, the East African Community Treaty, the East African Protocol on Peace and Security, the East African Community Protocol on Cooperations on Defense Affairs, the Constitution of Kenya, the Kenya Defense Forces Act number 25 of 2012. Honorable Speaker, the budget provided in the request to the National Assembly is Kenya shilling 4.451 billion, caters only for the initial 6 months envisaged in the deployment. Madam Speaker, the Kenya Defense Forces and the Kenya Army are anticipating that we should be able to have, in a very short time of 6 months, under the plan that brought stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the plan therefore, because like any other strategic move, we expect our officers to be there for only 6 months. In an event that it will spill over, and that is in case the troops stay on, the annual cost implication will be approximately 5.5 billion to 6 billion. It's, however, envisaged that international financing may be secured for the operation, and if it materializes, the Cabinet Secretary will appraise the committee accordingly. I am informed that there are talks with other international, the United Nations, and many other organizations who are willing to finance this operation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But for the short term, all the countries that are of East African community that have sent their troops to the DRC will initially cater for their costs, and which we have estimated to be 4.4 billion in the short term, and that is in 6 months. And if it escalates and there's a spillover of our time there, it will go up to 5.5 billion to 6 billion. Honorable Speaker, the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo has peace enforcement mandate, unlike the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, which had only a peacekeeping mandate. This one, Madam Speaker, will like to emphasize that our mission, this one that we are doing now, is going to enforce, our organization is going to be stabilization, unlike the other one. Our officers are going to be lightly armed than what we had before with MONUSCO, and peacekeeping forces will be lightly armed, and they will use minimum force and only in exceptional cases. Possibly that is why it explains the very slim budget that has been requested by the Ministry of Defense. Madam Speaker, having reviewed the request for approval of the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo and considered it in the context of the East African Community, the legal framework on peace, security, Article 248 of the Constitution of Kenya and Section 18C, 1, Section 36(2)A, and Section 37 of the Kenya Defense Forces Act number 25 of 2012, the committee recommends that the National Assembly approves the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we took our time as our committee. We've observed concern of several members in terms of how our officers are kitted, the equipment that our officers are going to use. There was a concern from several members within the committee and outside the committee that we already have our officers in Somali our officers, who many of them have lost their lives, and yet again we are sending our officers to the Democratic Republic of Congo for the same exercise of peacekeeping mission. And I will want to say, Madam Speaker, that sometimes it's very easy to say, let us remain peaceful in our country, take care of our interests, and let our officers stay in the country. We will save cost, we will save life, and we will be perfectly okay. But that is not the case. We must secure our region. Many of you might not understand, but Kenya continues to play a huge role. Many countries within the East Africa community look at Kenya as a father figure, especially when there are issues. Kenya many times has been called upon by many countries to try and step in when we've had conflict in our region, and this one is no exception. DRC is perfectly within the East African community. DRC is part of the East African community. We will want to work with them in many other bilateral and multilateral agreements. And the only way we can do that is, first of all, by engaging and making sure that the Democratic Republic of Congo enjoys considerable stability and peace. May I, therefore, Honorable Speaker, take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the committee members for their resilience and devotion to duty, which made the consideration request to deploy the KDF to the DRC successful. May I also appreciate the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk of the Assembly for always providing guidance and direction to the committees in the discharge of their mandate. I further appreciate the Ministry of Defense for the engagements with which the committee during the consideration of the request. Finally, I commend the Secretariat for exemplary performance in providing technical and logistic support to the committee. Because I will want as many members as possible to have their voice on this matter, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I call upon Honorable Major Retired Bashir to second my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support and second this very important motion, which seeks to deploy the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Regional Force, the Democratic Republic of Congo. This deployment is very, very critical. As you are well aware, the situation in DRC threatens peace, security and stability of the Great Lakes region, the Horn of Africa, and the larger East African region. This is something that is likely to affect our peace here in Kenya. But more important, that DRC is a member of the East African community, and therefore anything happening within that region still spills over to the rest of the region and the whole of Africa. The deployment of the KDF to regional force is aligned strategically with Kenya's national interest. It will enhance the country's ability to not only respond to threats emanating from the Great region, but also help to mitigate threats to Kenya's stability and thereby enhance the security of its citizens. Honorable Speaker, remember Kenya has participated and still does in a number of peacekeeping operations. They have done perfectly well, recognized in the whole world, and the same now has come back home, whereby Kenya feels that its neighbors, and one of which is the partner states, requires its assistance. Kenya is also a member of the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member, and therefore has an obligation and a mandate to ensure that there is safety and security in the region. Honorable Speaker, DRC is a complex situation currently. It is home to 100 armed groups, including the famous M23 rather. And this is likely to affect the safety and security of everyone in parts of East Africa, parts of Horn of Africa. As we speak now, the conflict in DRC began way back in 1996, and so far has claimed over 6 million lives. That tells you how difficult it is to operate in that area. But what is so different about this issue? That we have participated in peacekeeping operations before, but this one is a bit different because we are going to deploy our troops to enforce peace. There's a difference between peacekeeping and peace enforcement, and therefore, some of the equipment that our troops are going to use is not the same as what they have used before in other peacekeeping operations. And therefore, it is going to enforce peace in that part of the region. But what is our interest in this matter? The first interest is that we want peace and stability in East African community. Two, as Kenya, we also have interest to ensure that our people who live there in terms of businesses, in terms of our banks, are safeguarded and do businesses. If there is stability in DRC Congo, we will equally benefit from the economic activities that will take place if peace prevails. Our port of Mombasa will be used by DRC to ensure that its people are equally happy with the transportation of goods and services. But the most important part is that DRC is now part and parcel of East African community. They joined this year, yes, but we cannot just look at them and see them as just wasting away in terms of conflict. 1996 to this date is a long period of time, and therefore we want to ensure that as brothers, as neighbors, we partake in the issue of ensuring the stability in this area. Honorable Speaker, my chairman has alluded to the fact that the initial deployment will incur additional funding from the exchequer. Yes, that is very true. But remember, all the other countries that are supporting or sending troops to this force, including Rwanda, including Uganda, including South Sudan, including Tanzania, are all getting involved in ensuring that their resources and their funds are utilized. So it's not just Kenya that is sending their troops on their own, using their own funds, but is something collectively being done through the East African community. But what will happen after probably initial deployment of six months or 1 year? We are likely to attract funding, and therefore the exchequer pressure will likely to go down. But the most important part is that for security, it's normally expensive, it's never cheap, and therefore we need to take all the necessary precautions to ensure that our neighbor, which is a member of the East African community, is equally stable. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has done perfectly well in previous peace missions. This is, however, a bit different. As I said before, it's a peace enforcement mission. And to ensure that our troops are comfortable in terms of their own safety, as they provide security to the people of DRC, then it calls upon Kenya and the government of Kenya, for that matter, to ensure that our troops are well equipped, our troops are well taken care of. And that is why some of the additional funding, which will mostly go to issue of equipment, is very, very necessary. Honorable Speaker, this conflict, as I said, started in 1996. But with the initiative of the East African community to come together and contribute troops, then this is likely to ensure that the conflict comes to a stop. You know, in DRC, we have proxy wars. A lot of players, both ethnic, geopolitics, and everything takes place in DRC Congo. The most important good thing about this is that Kenya does not share a border with DRC. And therefore, the safety and security of our troops, or the trust that the players in that conflict will have, is very high. And so Kenya is expected to play a very big leading role to ensure that the stability in DRC, and to that effect in the whole of East Africa and the Horn of Africa. So with those many remarks, I want to ask this House to ensure that this motion is passed, and I therefore second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation consisting of staff from the National Assembly Service Commission of the Parliament of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises of Mr. Ikaro Laki, who is Secretary to the Commission, Ms. Lipende Alufuke, Director, Planning, Research and Information Technology, Ms. Hamed Fatima Binta, Director, Administration and Employee Relations, Mr. Hamed Malami, Director, Procurement and General Services, Ms. Muluma Janet Jesse, Director of Public Affairs, Mr. Ikeji James, Director, Zonal Offices and Legislative Aids, Mr. Odo Innocent Ayema, Director, Finance and Accounts, Mr. Ribadu Ismaila, Director, Promotion and Discipline, Mr. Soipita Alusawala, Director, Establishment Records and Training, Ms. Bintube Waziri, Director, Appeals and Legal Services, Mr. Omori James, Deputy Director, Information Technology. Honorable members, the delegation is visiting the Parliament of Kenya to engage with the Secretariat of the Parliamentary Service Commission with an aim of, amongst other things, sharing knowledge, experiences with their counterparts on various subjects. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagements during the course of their stay in Kenya. Thank you. I now, okay. Members, I now wish to propose the question. That taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 240(8)(a) of the Constitution and Sections 18C and 36(2) of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012. This House approves the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces personnel to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations. Will as many as of these, not yet, okay. What is your point of order, Honorable Dr. for Endebess?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm standing under Standing Order 97(1)(a) on limitation of debate. That, Madam Speaker, we limit it to 5 minutes instead of 10, because so that we allow more members to be able to participate in this debate, considering that our Kenya Defense Forces are going to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a country within the East African Community, and we need also, the time is limited for this debate. And so we want to reduce it from 10 minutes to 5 minutes and 10 minutes for the leaders. So, Madam Speaker, I think that will be fair enough for many members to make their contributions. Thank you.
Is there consensus that we can put the question? Can I now proceed to put the question? Honorable members, that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of Wednesday, 12th October 2022, this House resolves to further limit the debate on the motion under Order number 11 as follows: that every member speaking shall have 5 minutes, except the Leader of Majority and minority parties, who shall each have 10 minutes. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Honorable Member for Nyando.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. I also recognize that Democratic Republic of Congo is a new kid on the block so far as East African community is concerned, and we wholeheartedly welcome them into the bloc. Honorable Speaker, the violence that has been in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not a new phenomenon. It began in the year 1996 and 1997, a war that was christened the African First World War. And therefore, we are concerned as a nation each time there is chaos anywhere, because chaos in one part of the world is chaos everywhere in the world. And therefore, we support the intervention not just by Kenya, but many other countries that are getting involved into this. But in introspect, Honorable Speaker, whereas we support Kenya's timely providential intervention, our constitution wasn't written in vain. Honorable Speaker, we understand that this House ought to make very clear the approval for any member of the defense force to get involved into any war with any country. But here we are called upon to sanitize what has already happened. We acknowledge that there is war in Congo, and it is not a new war. Just as I had said, it started in the year 1997, 1996, and therefore our soldiers are already holed in Democratic Republic of Congo, but now we are called upon as a House to move retroactively to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and this is something that we have to carefully look into. It should not be lost to us, Honorable Speaker, that 15 years ago, the Kenyan Defense Forces invaded Somalia in the name of...
Order. The leader of majority is on a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Chungwa?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really don't want to interrupt the member for Nyando, but Honorable Speaker, the member for Nyando is serving his second term and is very clear on the provisions of Article 248 of our Constitution. And he's just pretended that we are now debating this motion, Honorable Speaker, to sanitize what has already happened. And he is well aware, if he was listening to the chair, that the forces are not yet deployed. What the motion is seeking to do is to approve that deployment. Honorable Speaker, is dangerous when the member for Nyando, who is a very seasoned member, misrepresents what is before the House to the country. Because we are live on TV, and he may not portray the House to be sanitizing anything. We are only moving a motion for approval, and he's only then can either support or disapprove the motion, but he cannot say we are sanitizing what has already happened, and it has not happened until the House approves.
Yes, what's your point of order? The Honorable...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The member for Nyando has actually made a very reckless statement that the Kenya Defense Forces invaded Somalia. I think that's on the Hansard, and it's a very serious allegation. Can the member substantiate or withdraw that statement? Because making that kind of statement is unacceptable as a country.
Order, honorable members. I don't think the tradition has changed. We are discussing matters that concern the armed forces of this country, which is a very powerful strategic issue. Ordinarily, if my memory serves me very right, this should have been done in camera. But now that it's not being done in camera, the chair is not going to allow this House engaging in a detailed format the discussion of our armed forces. So there's a motion before you, and this motion is approve or disapprove. We do not want to go into details of matters that are essentially of security nature, a national security nature, and the chair. Order. Order, Honorable Member. Order. Of a national security nature. So under the circumstances, please confine yourselves to exactly what is before the House.
Honorable Speaker, I hope that I will recover my 4 minutes that have been taken away from me. But Honorable Speaker, it is true that under a fortnight ago, our soldiers were flagged off to go to DRC by the president of this country, and together with him were the army commanders. So I think I would be remiss to believe that they are yet to go yet when they have already been flagged out and they are occupying that territory, or rather are in DRC. Honorable Speaker, 15 years ago, our country was called upon to do a similar exercise in Somalia. And before our soldiers went to Somalia, we thought that it was an exercise of walking in, walking out. 15 years down the line, we are still holed in Somalia, and we do not know the number of casualties that have been claimed in that country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as
Order, Honorable Member, order. Order. Honorable Member and Honorable Members, for the benefit of all of you, there is an big, cardinal, sanctified, sacrosanct importance in respecting exactly what I told you. You cannot discuss casualties, you cannot discuss weapons, you cannot discuss deaths of our forces. Those are strategic national secrets. The issue before you is very simple. It is, do you approve or disapprove the commitment of our forces into DRC? Order, order, order. Order, order. You know, you might be on a valid point of order, but let me tell you one basic thing you have to learn, which is the ABC of being in Parliament. When the Speaker is on his feet, you silence and freeze. It's not me who wants it to be that way. It's the tradition of this August House. Honorable members, I will allow a few people to contribute on whether we should send them or not, without discussing things that are essentially important strategic secrets that can never be discussed. Order. Order. And I don't want to come back here and start my being a member of the Speaker's panel by sending some of you out of the House. But if it's going to require, I'm going to send you out of the House. So order, honorable members. Can we have one or two? Can you finish? And stick to exactly what I've said.
All right, Honorable Speaker. I don't know why the incessant disruptions when I think I'm very logical in my presentation, Honorable Speaker. But because you have said we should not aspect of this exercise, Honorable Speaker, and that relates to cost. Honorable Speaker, on a daily basis, you look at our TVs, you see nothing but desperation. You see drought ravaging across this country. You see people dying. You see livestock dying, Honorable Speaker, and we are losing so much. And our country, I think, has already made an appeal to several countries to help us cushion the suffering Kenyans against the calamities, Honorable Speaker. But again, on the flip side, we have some money to take our soldiers somewhere in a war that this country has absolutely no role to play, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, you know, let's be prudent in our management of the little finances that we have. In fact, the deputy president of this country said that they only received, or rather found, 93 million shillings. Out of 93 million shillings, we have already sent soldiers abroad to go and fight in wars that we have absolutely no role over, Honorable Speaker. We also understand, Honorable Speaker, that America, which is a superpower, has since sent soldiers in Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and many other countries, Honorable Speaker. And that has never solved the problems beneath the discord in this country's Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we have to be very careful as a country, even as we want to put our soldiers in the harm's way. And I finish by saying I oppose a war that Kenya has no role at all. We just heard about insecurity in Awendo, in Nairobi, with border riders and many other places. Honorable, this is an unjustified intervention in a country.
Order, honorable members. Honorable, order. Honorable Memuse, I was going to give you an opportunity to contribute, or you still insist on a point of order? Yeah, proceed. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Memuse?
I'm on a point of order. Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
my point of order is just a request.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. And Honorable Speaker, I wanted to request that you give a few of us to guide the House.
Order. I have taken note of that, and
Yes.
you have the floor. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, you see, the honorable member who's just contributed has raised issues that would rather have been guided by a member of that committee. But let me say this, Honorable Speaker, that the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Honorable Duale, appeared before the committee. And we had certain issues as a committee, some of which the Honorable Member for Nyando has raised. One of the issues that we had, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, was whether the deployment had been done, yes or no. And I want to confirm to this House that deployment of our soldiers has not been done. That is awaiting approval of this House. That is important to note. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that we were concerned about is whether the deployment of our soldiers was going to follow our constitutional requirement, which is stated out in Article 240, subsection B of the Constitution, that before deployment of our soldiers, the executive must seek approval of this House. And we were satisfied by the presentation of the Cabinet Secretary that having not sent our defense forces out, they've come back to this House to seek approval. So as members debate, you need to know that our forces have not been deployed. They are still here. They are waiting for the approval of this House. Honorable Speaker, other issues that we raise is, do we have an exit strategy as we go into Congo? Because we raised the issue of our defense forces going to Somalia, yeah? And we probably would have, we felt as a committee that we went to Somalia without an exit plan. And that is why 15 years down the lane, we are still in Somalia. And the team that presented itself before the committee gave us an elaborate strategy of our exit. We even have a timeline of going to Congo and getting out. And we have a plan B of what if that plan doesn't work. So in terms of an exit strategy, we have a strategy. Honorable Speaker, one of the other concerns that we had as a committee was the finances. Did we have the money to finance our troops to go into Congo? And before we answer that question, Honorable Speaker, it is important for this House to know that Congo is a strategic trading partner for Kenya. So before we say we have the money or we don't, we need to have it in our minds that it is a strategic partner. Most of our financial institutions are in Congo, and they're the leading institutions in Congo. And the issue of money, yes, we have the money because we are not going into it alone. When the chair of defense was moving this report, he clearly stated that we have partners who are going to also finance this. So yes, as a country, we are facing a financial crisis. We are aware. I come from a community, a pastoral community, that our livelihoods have been wiped out. The government is trying what it can, appealing for food for our people, giving food trying to buy animals. So I don't think that we are doing this alone. And just winding up, Honorable Speaker, Congo is one of the richest countries in the world, not just in Africa, in the world, in terms of its mineral resources. Honorable Speaker, Congo being a new entrant to East African community, it is of strategic importance that Kenya plays a role in stabilizing this country. With all those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this report. Thank you.
MP for Kwanza, Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Honorable. What's your point of order? You are on a point of order. Okay, proceed with your point of order.
And knowing how important the issue is, I want to call upon this House to bear with us and agree on point of order 95 that you ask this House to say yes or no. Those are I want to find out, because he has given out all the facts on the whole thing.
Order. That's not a point of order. Order. Honorable Wanyonyi, order. Honorable members, even, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, the fact that I am very categorical on the discussion of matters of national interest and national security, you could discuss all those ones, but you demand to have that session in camera. When the media is taken out, everybody else is taken out, it's only members of parliament. And the handset is switched off. You understand my point? So in future, if you want to discuss things that are very important regarding our armed forces, our intelligence services, whatever it is, you can demand to have that discussion in camera. So the MP for Kitutu Masaba. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the presentation by the various members, and I've listened to your statement, especially the last statement, in view of the fact that we are unable to debate the merit of the deployment, in view that we are unable to debate even the exit strategy. Is the debate, I'm of the opinion, the debate is in vain. That's why I support the Honorable MP for Kwanza that we invoke a standing order 95 and call the mover to move in respect of the sensitive nature of the matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah.
Order.
It is in vain, it's useless. Yeah? Yeah.
Order. That standing order itself is when the debate is by and large exhausted, and in which you then ask the mover to reply. But I have given the floor to the Member of Parliament for Kitutu Masaba. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand as a Member of Parliament who's actually lived in the Congo for the last 14 years. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm not understanding when some members are talking about exit strategy. Our armed forces are not going to war. They are going as peacekeeping mission. An exit strategy is whereby we are going to war. This is different. We are just going to assist a friendly nation attain peace. Mr. Speaker, I think the questions we should be asking is where our forces going to be stationed, because Congo is a vast nation. The war in Congo is mainly centered in the Kivu region, the Ituri-Beni belt. What is our interest around that area? Because when we say we have investment in the banking sector, Kenya is there in the banking through Equity Bank, and very soon KCB. Equity Bank took over BCDC, a bank mainly within the major towns
that is Goma, Lubumbashi, Kinshasa, and Kisangani. There is no war in those areas. So we need to say that our peacekeeping mission is mainly going to assist a friendly nation attain stability, but not really to protect our business interests, because our business interests are not at risk. But as a friendly nation, we also have to draw rules on what our forces will be there to do, so that we do not sow a relationship of an already good relationship. We should not mess up the relationship. We have very many Kenyans living in the Congo. I have been there for the last 14 years. It's generally a very friendly nation to Kenya. So sending our peacekeeping forces there is not a bad thing, but we need to have the rules. Exactly what will be our mandate, our forces, what will be the limitation, what will they be there to do, and are we sure that after the 6 months we'll lead our forces back? Because the country has been having instability within that region for so many years. Are we saying that within 6 months the Kenyan forces will have done some magic and sorted out the problem? The answer is no. So let us present facts and say we are going there for the unforeseeable future, as long as Kenya, we have interest, of protecting and assisting a friendly nation achieve a peaceful and a cohesive country called Democratic Republic of Congo. I listened to the move of the motion, the chair. You can lease land in Congo. It's not correct to say you cannot. As a Kenyan, we can go to Congo, invest in Congo. But let us not mess that up by sending soldiers without clear guidelines on what they are supposed to do. Because the moment that happens, then we'll have a country that is saying we are interfering in the internal matters. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support that we send our forces there, so I support the motion, but clearly let this House or the Committee in Defense set the guidelines for our troops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ordinarily, when a member rises on his own place and invokes Standing Order number 95, the chair, under those circumstances, has to put in the question. Is the House to decide whether they want to ventilate more or whether they want to bring this motion or to an end? So, honorable members, order. The motion before us is for the mover to be called to reply. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say no? Yes. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I reply, I would like to donate 3 of my minutes to our Majority Leader, Kimani Ichung'wah.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Majority Leader, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to respond to a few issues that have been raised and take great exception to some of the things, and thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the guidance you gave, because the Honorable Member for Nyando, the Honorable Jared Okello, was really getting out of line in terms of the issues he was raising. And it's good to mention the things he was mentioning, Honorable Speaker, but in a closed-door meeting, as you have guided. And there are also things, Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Jared Okello should understand are things to say in funeral somewhere in Nyando, not on the floor of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issues raised by the Honorable Clive, the member for Kitutu Masaba.
Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyando, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, this flippant and disdainful characterization of one Nyando MP is unacceptable. Honorable Speaker, you did give a very clear indication that in areas where we touch on casualties
we should request to put everything on camera. That
in
therefore
camera.
means that whatever was saying was not trivial, but it bordered on security. And therefore, I cannot be victimized for only presenting myself very ably so, and you were in sync with my deliberations, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this guy, this member of parliament, the majority leader, must withdraw forthwith and stop characterization and victimization. And this is just but vengeance in a government that he supports, that I do not support.
Order. MP Fonyanda, order. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There's even nothing to respond to from what the Honorable Jared Okello is saying. I think more important issues were raised by the member for Kitutu Masaba, the Honorable Clive, who incidentally has lived in Congo, as he has said, in DRC, and therefore appraised of issues that pertains to the situation in DRC. And it is indeed true that there are Kenyan investments in the Congo. Equity Bank has invested there. Many Kenyans, including the Honorable Member, I think, is also an investor in the Congo. And it is true, there are certain regions within DRC that are very secure and that do not need a peacekeeping mission. However, if there is no intervention in the areas that are peaceful today, the militia groups that are operating in the Congo may overrun the DRC forces and even endanger those strategic investments that investors in this country, including the member for Kitutu Masaba, have made in the DRC. He has also asked, what is the particular mandate of this force, Honorable Speaker? And I just want to tell him it is a peacekeeping initiative, it is a peace initiative that has a two-track approach, which comprises of a political and military processes. And the military process or the military forces are just there to create an environment that is conducive to facilitate a political process to pacify the entire country, so that even those of us who have invested there from this country, our investments are secure. The force is mandated to jointly plan and conduct operations together with the DRC forces, the Armed Forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo, FARDC, in the joint areas of operation. So they will not go to the areas that are secure, that are peaceful, areas where there are no issues. It is only in those areas that militia forces and armed groups are operating in. Two, they will support FARDC to concretize and maintain law and order so that, again, your investments are secure. They will also support DRC in collaboration with humanitarian agencies, and you are aware that a lot of humanitarian agencies working in DRC are at times unable even to move humanitarian aid to people who have been displaced, IDPs who have been displaced because of the activities of the armed groups. Four, they will support the disarmament, demobilization, community recovery, and the stabilization program. Therefore, I just want to persuade, especially the member for Kitutu Masaba, the Honorable Clive, who is an alumni of the school, he actually looks convinced, Honorable Speaker, that it is in the interest of not just DRC, not just Kenya, but our region. And we must also pride ourselves as a country that we are the big brother in this region. And therefore, we have a responsibility to ensure that we pacify our region and our region is peaceful. Kenyans are very hardworking people, as the Honorable Member for Kitutu Masaba has said. Kenyans are living and working in the Congo. We must ensure that the entire region is safe and secure for Kenyans to be able to transact business. Honorable Speaker, lastly, the African Free Trade Area seeks, and the DRC has recently joined the EAC community, the East African community. The African Free Trade Area also seeks to remove or have a region in Africa, an African Free Trade Area that is free of boundaries or borders, and we can trade across the region. And we want to trade in an area or a region that is pacified, that is peaceful, and where people can operate and work and even live across our region without any hindrance by armed groups. Therefore, I really want to urge the House to adopt or rather approve this motion. We allow our forces to be deployed, and we want to wish our forces all the best as they are deployed to the Congo. We want them to ask them and plead with them to carry themselves out with the respect and honor and dignity that they have carried out themselves in all other peacekeeping missions. As we thank our forces Also, and we must note the thanks of the House, and indeed Kenyans, for our young men and women who have given their lives, not only to protecting our own lives and our property in this country, but also in the region. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, all the members who've contributed to this debate. I really want to beg that many of you have several concerns, believe in our collective wisdom as a committee. We interrogated as much as we could, all the questions that you're asking, and I really want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for guiding the House appropriately on such matters of national security. That, honorable members, we did our best in engaging with the Ministry of Defense. It is important, like has been alluded by many members, that our officers go out there. We have every reason to gain than to lose in our officers being out there. Our economic potential in the region has been muted by continued violence in Congo. I'm happy with what Honorable Member Clive Kitutu Masaba has actually lived in the Congo, and you've provided such useful insight to the House on why it is important for our team and our security to continue engaging with the Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and for stability there. Just before I conclude, so that many of you might not be aware, recently we've signed several bilateral agreements with the Democratic Republic of Congo, one being handling their cargo on the port of Mombasa. That is such a huge, huge potential for our business people. We have our banks flourishing in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We want as many people from this country as possible to be in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Like Majority Leader did mention, we are a big brother in the region. When you talk about peace in the Western Africa countries, your eye will easily pick on Nigeria. When you talk about peace in the South African region, your eye will definitely pick on South Africa. When you talk about peace in the East African region, Kenya is definitely such a big brother in the region. We will continue, and as I conclude, I want to wish our officers who are being sent to the Democratic Republic of Congo all the best as they go to Congo. We wish them God's grace. It is no mean feat. These are people who are leaving their families behind to go and give peace to other people as the rest of us are enjoying peace in this country. We wish our officers all the best as they engage in that mission. And I would like to request the House to consider this motion and approve for our officers to go and engage in this noble initiative in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I don't know, you had very short people being the speakers here. What happened? I don't know. I have to keep on bending. I now put the question that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the request by the National Executive regarding the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 9th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 240, Subarticle 8A of the Constitution, and Sections 18C and 32(2)A of the Kenya Defense Forces Act 2012, this House approves the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces personnel to the East African Community Regional Force to the Democratic Republic of Congo for peacekeeping operations. As men of opinion say aye. Aye. As men of contrary opinion say no, nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 12, motion, development of a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises, resumption of debate.
Okay. Would I be the same one? Order. The Honorable Joanna Ngeno is not. Proceed, Maish. Proceed, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and especially coming out of a debate which was kind of hotly contested. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that my intention on this report on SMEs I was not actually ready to do the debate on this one. But, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to just allow other members to debate on that one. Thank
Proceed.
you,
Is the MP for Mandera East, Honorable Waitan? Do you wish to contribute on this debate?
The motion I wanted, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The motion I was very much interested in was the deployment of Kenyan forces to Democratic Republic of Congo, but this one, no. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bureti, is he in the House? The list is here. The Honorable Member for Tharaka Nithi. Bureti is here. Where is Bureti? Proceed.
I had spoken on the motion in the morning, so you are actually waiting for the debate on the deployment of the forces.
So who are the ones who want to contribute on this motion? The chairman of JAILAC, what is your constituency? Tharaka.
You pronounce it Tharaka Nithi, it's Tharaka.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. I know I don't have a card. Mr. Speaker, I'm also apologize to the chair of JAILAC for interrupting him when he wants to speak on a very important issue on SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to alert the House that I'm around. I've not spoken in this House since we came back. They need to know that I'm around. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that's not a point of order, but your sentiments are well taken. Proceed, Honorable Member for Tharaka.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before the House, which makes a proposition that we should now have a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises with a view to promoting the informal sector of the economy, may it be in agriculture, trade, manufacturing, or apparels, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is common and well known in the country that those who engage in small businesses are popularly known as hawkers, small business people, to whom nobody pays attention. And those who try to move a little bit up, they join the small enterprise, the small and micro enterprises category, SMEs, and again here,
there isn't much attention that is paid to these people, because most importantly, we think of big manufacturing companies, big companies that are able to do big business in the country, forgetting that actually most of the population down on the pyramid is in small and micro businesses. This is what we've been referring to as the bottom. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to recognize that unless we are able to change the paradigm, we should be able to talk about the small entrepreneurs coming up, being recognized, and a policy mooted and executed by the government put in place, whereby those small entrepreneurs will also have recognition in our government as regards what they do. It is quite often stated that the jua kali sector forms about 80% of our economic activity in the country. And 80% is not a small percentage when it comes to the number of people in the country that are employed in that sector. This is why, in as much as for a long time, we talked about improving the jua kali sector to ensure that those who work in that jua kali, those who work in the sheds, those who work in the hot sun are actually recognized and are aided by the government through a properly defined and executed government policy so that their businesses can grow. It is important to note that in the informal sector, the small businesses and the micro businesses, most of them do not qualify for any funding, any financing, simply because they are considered to be amorphous. They are considered to be undefined. They are considered to be informal. And therefore, no bank would want to actually risk its money with such a sector. But if we came up with a proper policy that will now unify under various categories, and those categories we are proposing are not limited to what we've stated here, agriculture, trade, manufacturing, IT, whichever. It is all categories that are supposed to be recognized, whether by law or by regulations of the country, so that in the future, these people are able to move as a defined group of entrepreneurs and seek money from banks, from other financiers, and they are able to improve their own economic growth. It's important also to note the government's agenda on the bottom up, that we want the bottom to come up. It replaces the middle, and that's why we are saying the middle out, and we are also able to reach the top. The bottom-up policy is that we must move to the small persons who are on the ground, who are at the bottom of the pyramid. We are able to fund them, whether through the Hustler Fund, through the Women Enterprise Fund, through the youth, whichever it is, we are able to fund them.
What's the point of order, Honorable?
Thank you. I rise on a point of order. Honorable Speaker, in a few, I saw members recognize the presence of the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba South, having indicated that she's around the House. But it's just of interest to me, Honorable Speaker, whether it is in order that the Honorable Millie Odhiambo comes to the House in a nice, in a nice fitting pair of jeans. I don't know if that is part of the code of dressing. She's in a very nice fitting jeans, and she seems to be like she's from the airport. Is it in order that she comes dressed that way, Honorable Speaker? I seek your indulgence on this matter. Thank you.
I don't know.
You have not seen. Mr. Speaker, I think you haven't seen that.
Times have changed.
Yes.
I know that would have been a problem in the 10th Parliament, but I don't know if it's a problem now. I see women in trousers all the time here. Order.
Thank you.
I think until such a time that the dress code itself is revisited by
Absolutely.
by the House, we will allow people to maintain the way they're dressed now. Proceed.
Thank you
Proceed
very
on.
much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the dress has to be decent, and I have seen Honorable Millie Odhiambo. She's actually very well dressed and decent, and she's able to participate. And the Honorable Lillian, Dr. Lillian Gogo, as no, the bottom is not visible now. We are seeing her from the top, and you see we're talking about bottom up now. So,
Order, honorable members.
all right, therefore, as I continue, Honorable Dr. Lillian, you have now interrupted my very good thoughts and lining floor, because what we are saying about
Proceed, MP
this
for the record.
is this, that the current government is actually emphasizing on the bottom-up economic approach. And the Americans too are talking about this approach. Therefore, it is not a myth. It is not shrouded in mystery. It is actually doable, and the only way it can be done is if the same government comes up with a policy that is actually unified for all sectors, such that we pay more attention to the bottom, as we do not also disregard the top, because we have to collect our taxes, we have to ensure we have investment, but also those at the bottom, it is the high time they came up. We are thinking of various legislation, and this House must support that legislation, because without a proper legislative policy, we cannot have any other, whether economic, social, or whatever policy that is going to work. The benchmark of any policy is going to be proper legislation. And therefore, it is vitally important that as we support this motion by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi, we also think of our role as a House. When the government unifies this system, what will the legislature do as regards that particular policy? Therefore, we shall be called upon to actually develop the legislation, pass it, and have it executed. In the meantime, and as we consider that, then let's ask the government to now detail, for recognition, which sectors are going to be recognized, what funding is going to be available, and what sort of mentoring is necessary, so that at the end of the day, all the small enterprises and all the small and micro enterprises are actually well policed, and they are included in this unified policy which we are talking about. So with those remarks, I beg to support this particular motion.
The MP for Funyula, and then followed by the MP for Saudi Menti. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this motion presented before this House by Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, it is on record and various government publications and international publications note without any doubt that SME sector, the informal sector, is the main employer both in the rural areas and in the urban areas. The so-called Juakali sector that has been festering, that has been with us for many years, spanning all the way from Moi's regime up to date, without any form of reorganization, improvement, and innovation, has stuck with us. And many of us now believe the so-called reference Juakali sector is generally the cause of innovation in development and continued urban poverty. Honorable Speaker, in many cases, we have very sounding policies. To say the truth, to say there is no unified policy is probably to miss the mark. There are plethora of policies, regulations, and rules governing the Juakali sector. The problem has been none of the successive governments, and I doubt if this one is any different, have wanted to leverage on the informal sector so that they take it from the level of informality to the level of formality. Honorable Speaker, we talk about Vision 2030 that was supposed to industrialize this country by the year 2030. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, in each year budget, we never invest any resources, we never invest any budget towards improving or innovating the way the Juakali sector undertake their works or they improve their things. Honorable Speaker, earlier in the morning, we debated a motion presented to the floor of this House by the Honorable Kiarie concerning the improvement and support of the artisans. And probably this particular motion should have been tied together. We're not going to go anywhere if we still talk of informality. We are not going to improve this country if we talk about the informal sector. We must get out of this notion of informal sector. The continued mention of informal sector, the Juakali sector, they actually retards or holds back the participants in this market because they believe there are lesser inventors, there are lesser good, there are lesser people in this country. And therefore, they always believe they're supposed to be protected, they always believe they're supposed to be untouched, they always believe they're not subjected to any quality assurance and any quality development. If I were where I sit, I would actually now start talking about, look for another terminology. How do we deal with the small innovation or innovative sector? Drop the mention to Juakali, drop the mention to small, medium, small enterprise, and again, we're going to perpetuate this mentality of smallness, Honorable Speaker. We are going to perpetuate this mentality of informality, Honorable Speaker. We are going to perpetuate this mentality of not making any reference to improve the quality. That's why, Honorable Speaker, our goods and our products, however basic they are, they're unable to compete with the imports, simply because we have enslaved our mind with informality. We have enslaved our mind with the Juakali mentality, so that anything we do without caring to improve upon it, without caring to ensure it meets national and international standards, we let them go through with these guys that we are protecting the Juakali sector. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, this continued talk of bottoms up, this continued talk of hustler mentality is not going to liberate the mind of the downtrodden. It's not going to liberate the mind of the so-called the bottom of the pyramid, because they are now being made victims. They are actually being looked as if people they're forgotten. They are not being motivated to move away from the bottom of the pyramid. Honorable Speaker, I came from the university before I came to Parliament. When a student is at the bottom of the score sheet, what do? You don't start sympathizing with that student. You invest in that student, be it extracurriculum or remedial units, or you take the student on a mentorship program. You do not keep on sympathizing with that student and pumping free balls on that student so that he remains there, becomes an election or a political tool. Honorable Speaker, as much as we support this motion, but this motion needs to be redrafted to a point that to such a way that we start getting the informality out of the informal sector, we move them to the formal sector so that whatever they innovate can be imported or exported to US. Whatever they innovate can be imported to Uganda. Whatever they innovate can be imported elsewhere, not just be consumed by the local community that only understands. Honorable Speaker, that's why you find many of the local products. I know the State Department of Industry or the State Department of Trade has got this one county product program. If by its own design, Honorable Speaker, you are confining a product to be produced, marketed, and consumed in that particular sector or the particular geographical area. That's why, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the new government, the Kenya Kwanza government, whatever it calls itself, but it is a government of Kenya, to literally liberate the people of Kenya from the informality. Let the people of Kenya generally move to the next level. We have adequate funding. There is Uwezo Fund. The national body in charge of research and funding is available to provide research, to deepen funding, to provide funding to deepen research so that we can produce goods and services that meet international standards. The way it is drafted, Honorable Speaker, is going to be a talk shop. the new government will settle in, play with the minds of the people, sympathize with them, work on emotions, and leave them there. President Uhuru Kenyatta found the informal sector, left it the way it is. President Mwai Kibaki found the informal sector, left the way it is. None of the wheelbarrow produced in this country has ever been exported to US or China. So for how many years are we going to be talking about a sector that has refused to grow? Because the policies that are being perpetuated are not development-oriented policies, but are policies meant to subjugate them to where they are so they become a political tool. Honorable Speaker, as much as we talk about this, we need to call upon KEBS, we need to call upon other quality assurances to make sure that they refuse to give a stamp of quality to these substandard goods and services that are unable to be sold beyond the boundaries of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we have reached a point now, this country has got very well-educated people who can innovate and think. All that we need investment in this sector. The Kenya numerical machine, Honorable Speaker, cannot be referred as juakali. The equipment they have are as good as any other industry. Why can these people who are involved in basic innovation go to Kenya numerical machine, take their products there, take their designs there, that are manufactured, get a seal of approval so that they can be marketed outside this country? Honorable Speaker, we have some of the best IT gurus in this country. That's why they keep on hacking phones. That's why they keep on hacking banks to steal money. That's why they keep on hacking the EIBC server, Kamagas and the rest and their accomplices here to see the votes that were supposed to go to Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Why can't they get to beyond this point? Instead of using to do something that is wrong, why can't they use that skill to improve on the processes so that we are able to move to the next level? Honorable Speaker, yes, I support the motion, but we need to urge the government to get out of informality, bring these people into formal sector so that they understand what it means to produce competitive goods and services. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion by Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Thank you.
The MP for South Imenti. And for the benefit of the honorable members, the MP for South Imenti is making his maiden speech and cannot be interrupted. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Honorable Dr. Chandra Kamwiti, MP for South Imenti. First, I'll start by congratulating in absentia the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and also to congratulate my fellow honorable members for having made it to this great house. The Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of South Imenti, and I promise that I will serve them with all my energy and make sure that I'm going to fulfill what I promised. Mr. Speaker, sir, South Imenti is a constituency that has been previously represented by honorable members, just like Honorable Kabereto Bijewe, who was a Minister for Health. He did a lot for South Imenti, both in promoting agriculture and also healthcare. Mr. Speaker, sir, South Imenti was also previously represented by the former Minister for Constitutional Affairs, former Senator, and also a former Governor of South Imenti, Honorable Kiraito Mulongi, who did a lot for South Imenti. South Imenti also has been previously been represented by our current Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kadhuri Mulongi, who I have taken over to represent South Imenti. Mr. Speaker, sir, I promise people of South Imenti, I'm going to do my best and serve them, anchoring on the foundation laid by the previous members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will serve the people of South Imenti, and I promise that in my work plan, I promise to do something or to improve agriculture, which is the main activity in South Imenti. Mr. Speaker, sir, livestock rearing is a great activity in South Imenti, whereby there is high production of milk. Mr. Speaker, sir, education is a key factor that we are promoting with the people of South Imenti. And also, I'm going to address the universal health care and marketing of their produce. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, sir, South Imenti is an agricultural country, that it has a lot of produce, both bananas, horticulture, which require a lot of marketing out of the country and also within the region. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I indicated to South Imenti people that I'm going to do my best in promoting the youth and the women empowerment, it still remains a key agenda in my work plan. I promise the South Imenti people that my promises are going to be fulfilled. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the motion in the House, that's the development of unified national policy on small and micro enterprises. This is a motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is in this House, and it is the right time because this is what Kenya is looking at. The SMEs, Mr. Speaker, sir, faces several challenges, such as accessibility to market, both locally and internationally. And when these challenges are moved, the sector is going to grow. Mr. Speaker, sir, the SMEs require financing because they are not accessible to the loans. They also require quality standards and ISO certification, inability to access cross-border trade, that's on the limitations of the trade between Kenya and our neighboring countries. The limited industrial knowledge base is a key factor that has limited the growth on SMEs. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to do the best to unify the national policy on SMEs, mainly by, Mr. Speaker, sir, by upgrading the current markets both locally and internationally. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should also expose the sector of trade, both nationally and on trade fairs. We won't forget, Mr. Speaker, sir, on funding, and especially the Asura Fund, that is highly expected, that is going to improve this particular sector. By training, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are going to do something on packaging and also, Mr. Speaker, branding of the equipment. The expected outcome when on implementation, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are going to have both diversification of various products, new markets, Mr. Speaker, sir, efficiency after application for the new technology, and Mr. Speaker, sir, the training and the modeling, especially after the COVID outbreak. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have, or the House, as a collective responsibility to steer the legislative affairs of this honorable House in funding, restructuring, And Mr. Speaker, sir, marketing of SMEs products. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this motion brought by Honorable Arachi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The MP for Mosop, Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to contribute to this motion of SMEs. I am in support of this motion, Honorable Speaker, for two reasons. One, we are facing a nation which is going through a lot of unemployment. A lot of our young people and many other people also are facing no jobs. And so empowering this issue of SMEs is going to change this country. And I'm so grateful for the president who just came up with this issue of bottom-up. The bottom-up people are this one, who are actually in these areas of small and medium enterprises all over the world. The people who actually support economies are people who are in this SME area. Because you go to Chuakali's area, you go to small and medium enterprises, these are people who actually pay taxes in first and second world countries. So I would like to see in Kenya that the small and medium enterprise organization are empowered, given funding. And I'm looking forward even to the issue of the president giving them the 50 billion, which I don't know where we're going to get, but I hope the country will be able to afford to come up with this money so that they will have the capital to support themselves, to support their families, and pay taxes. The only way this country will really afford to actually pay its debts and continue to pay its obligation is to increase the tax base. But you cannot be able to increase the tax base if you don't empower the small and the medium enterprises. So I'm in support of this motion, and I look forward to a few years from now, we'll be able to talk in this house and say we were able to actually empower, we were able to pass some legislation that actually made a difference. In many, many other places, especially in Kenya, these small enterprises have been neglected in many ways. They are not funded, the banks are not giving them enough loans, and even if they are given the loan, the interest rate is so high that the enterprises are not able to make enough profits to be able to support themselves and pay the loan. But if the government comes with this fund, which the interest rate will be subsidized and will be low, then it will give these small enterprises an opportunity to make profit, an opportunity to support themselves, and an opportunity to pay taxes, and the country to make enough money to pay its obligation. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion that we fund and support the small and medium enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Lillian, Dr. Lillian Gogo.
Thank you once again, Most Honorable Speaker. I'm rising, Honorable Speaker, to interrogate if we honestly have enough quorum to transact the business of the House. Thank you.
Clerks at the desks, can you check the quorum? Order, honorable members. We don't seem to have a quorum. This matter has been raised. The chair sees nothing and hears nothing until it's raised. It is brought to his own attention. So ring the bell, ring the quorum bell. Proceed. We now have quorum. Proceed. Who was on the floor? Okay, the MP for Ugenya, David Ocheng.
Thank you so much.
Followed by the MP for Buri.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for rewarding me for the whipping. On a very unfortunate point of order. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by the Honorable Biti Zelachi that, Mr. Speaker, we must do justice to the sector that feeds almost 3/4 of this country, the sector that supports more than 3/4 of this country, Mr. Speaker. All our businesses, and like someone said this morning, Mr. Speaker, where there's anybody working on anything in this country, there's always support, there's always employment being created. And therefore, it's very important that we have a proper legal framework, a proper policy framework that will help the SMEs thrive, grow, and become sustainable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even as I support this motion, Speaker, I would request the Honorable Elachi to listen to me on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the section of paper number 10 of 1965 talks about SMEs and the policy framework. Mr. Speaker, after 1965, there's the section of paper number 10, number 1 of 1986, section of paper number 2 of 1992, and another paper, section of paper again, Mr. Speaker, of number 2 of 05, followed, Mr. Speaker, by a law that was passed in this House in 2012, Mr. Speaker. So we've had a plethora of policies, laws, frameworks on how to deal with this, Mr. Speaker. And so what I believe, Mr. Speaker, this House should be deciding on is how to ensure that we implement. Mr. Speaker, as late as 2020, Mr. Speaker, this House received a cabinet-approved policy paper, number 5 of 2020, again on SMEs, Mr. Speaker. And so the biggest issue, the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is implementing and effecting what we've been proposing should be done for SMEs, Mr. Speaker. Instead of giving the Chinese tax breaks, instead of giving, in my opinion, Kenya Airways, there's so many steroids we've been pumping into it in terms of, bailout, Mr. Speaker. Instead of putting money in mega projects, Mr. Speaker, I believe that investing in SMEs, giving them tax incentives, Mr. Speaker, clearing their path, Mr. Speaker, putting a framework for incubating their ideas, ensuring that they are able to learn to walk and run, Mr. Speaker, should be the next frontier. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this motion, and I'm going to persuade Honorable Elachi to allow us to amend her motion to call for proper, adequate, and effective implementation of the so many policy papers that have been prepared, Mr. Speaker, so that the people in those sectors, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, this is a cross-cutting sector. It starts from those who, Mr. Speaker, manufacture wool for cleaning utensils, through those who do very good beds, Mr. Speaker, through the highest end of it, guys who do furniture, Mr. Speaker, through guys who do cleaning, Mr. Speaker. We've got so many, we had this morning, we've got so many Kenyans who are so entrepreneurial, and they just want a little boost, and they would move, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the focus of this government, whether through the Hustler Fund or through the established funds, Mr. Speaker, should be in ensuring that our SMEs are self-sustaining, our SMEs are getting business, our SMEs are not be thumped with so many regulations, Mr. Speaker. Today, a person who has an idea, wants to start a business, for example, of cleaning this house we are sitting in, they'll be required, first of all, to register a company. After that, get a license. After that, get a cleaning license. After that, he has to go to so many other places to get sanitation license, get NEMA license, get so many licenses that, Mr. Speaker, the growth of SMEs is hindered singularly by the so many regulations that we put in front of them, so many hurdles that we put on their way that they can move. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if government can help SMEs through credit guarantees, in our CDF, Mr. Speaker, we normally give work to young people through AGPO, through YAGPO, Mr. Speaker. And you find that the work given to these young people most of the time would take very long to do because they can access credit. They can get money. And so I would imagine that the best would be, how do we ensure, for example, that people who get CDF jobs can get, for example, prompt payments or advance payments to enable them, because the way we've structured our procurement laws, Mr. Speaker, even where we want to support small businesses, we can't. We should be able to say that if someone gets, an SME gets a job in the Ministry of Housing today, it should be able to get advance payments, or they can do the job, then get paid. But if you are swimming with the sharks, you are a young man trying, or a young lady trying to get their hand in business, you get a tender through YAGPO, but you can't get money to implement it, then it's almost useless to talk about us wanting to grow SMEs. Mr. Speaker, research and development play and will continue playing a very important role in the growth of SMEs. But Mr. Speaker, if you hear where we're investing now, and the Minister for Education is my very close friend, I don't know whether it was a misspeak, I don't know what it was, but we must continue investing in research at the university level, at the college level, and at the KIRDI level, Mr. Speaker, to enable our SMEs get new technology, update what exists, so that they're able to do business in a manner that is cheap, timely, so that they can make money in those things. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, for example, or last week, 1 week alone, I've been watching TV, and people in Nyandarua are saying that as people die in Pokot of hunger, there are SMEs, that people that have leased land, they have potatoes, they have tomatoes, they cannot access the markets. So, Speaker, infrastructure that will enable these SMEs operate. If they are doing farming, they should be able to have roads. They should be able to have transport for their goods and services that they want to offer. Now, Mr. Speaker, investing in infrastructure is going to be very key to enable the SMEs work, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, market exposure. I always wonder that even in this parliament where we sit, if you go to these offices, we are now being given new offices, Mr. Speaker, and there are so many offices we're being given. The furniture is imported. Just imagine how much it is. Just imagine how much it is. If you are to decide that the furniture in our new offices are going to be taken from our SMEs, how much will it be? You must expose our SMEs to markets available. We can't hope that they'll sell their furniture to Congo. We can't hope that they'll sell their wares to Uganda when we as Kenyans are not buying them. I've seen, if you go to even our constituency offices, the ones that we have down in the villages, Mr. Speaker, we go to, like in Nyanza, we go to Muindi shops to buy furniture. Those good ones. Yet, down the road, you can get a workshop. So, Speaker, in every constituency now, we have the so-called ICDCs, the Constituency Industrial Development Centers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in some of these CIDCs, they have very good equipment for fabrication. They have very good equipment for manipulation of, metal, wood, and all this. But we don't go to them as our first port of call. So if we don't have a policy implementation framework that requires that we buy things at the local level, Mr. Speaker, we'll have a lot of capital flight because we don't want to use our own. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at what happens in the counties today. And the counties buy a lot. The counties do a lot. But you go to Makueni, you go to Siaya, and you check who has been given the roads to be done by the county government. They are not the young people in the village. They are not the SMEs there. They are expatriates. Nairobi people going down to the villages to pick tenders. They do come back to Nairobi. Mbani is invested in Nairobi. How can we ensure that our SME framework requires that a certain percentage of those jobs, if it is building roads, if it's building dispensaries, if it's supplying drugs or medicine for that matter, is left for the SMEs down there, Mr. Speaker? If we are not deliberate in the way we're going to do this, Mr. Speaker, I always have a problem. An example I've given here now, this is the 10th year I'll be giving it, Mr. Speaker, about, for example, the way we ran the SGR construction. Mr. Speaker, in that construction, we imported bolts and nuts worth more than 3 billion Kenya shillings. Bolts and nuts. Things that our numerical machining company in this country would make and would create jobs here. Mr. Speaker, we were importing rolling stock. We imported cement. Mr. Speaker, even today as we speak, we have government building constructions that are being done.
Very well, give him 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an issue that I'm very passionate about. That if you want to be Singapore, if you want to be Malaysia, if you want to be South Korea, it will not be those big companies. It will not be those Chinese or Taiwan companies that will grow us. It will be the SMEs in this country, by us consciously building them, by us consciously investing in them, by giving them resources, Mr. Speaker, that will grow. Hoping that going to China or Singapore or Malaysia will help us grow, Mr. Speaker, we'll keep on putting the cart before the horse. Will be spending good money on bad things and never grow. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in these 5 years of this government, we'll put our money where our mouths are. Thank you.
Very well. On Ndikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Elash for bringing this motion. I am of the same view expressed by my senior, David Ochieng, Ugenya 1. The greatest problem we have is not lack of policy, it's the implementation of policy. And I want to thank you, David, because you have gone back to the history on sessional papers and the policies that have been passed on SME. Mr. Speaker, I am a student of entrepreneurship. And that's what the PhD I'm pursuing at the moment. And my focus is how to grow SMEs in a world which was developed by SMEs but taken over by multinational companies. Mr. Speaker, we have a wealth of artisans, like we spoke in the morning. The foundation of any country in the new economic bloc under is not the big multinational companies. It is on the basis of SMEs, small, micro, and medium enterprise institutions. Mr. Speaker, when Professor Oudo was talking, I find somebody full of violence. He has no clue on predictability. I am a businessman. I pity if that's the kind of professor who teaches our business students. They will never grow. Mr. Speaker, there is no term Juakali. It was dispensed a long time ago by the government. We are now dealing with a professional term, SME. Most likely he's still in the old school, and I can't blame him. I can't blame him. Mr. Speaker, today in the morning we spent a lot of time talking on how to encourage, to improve, to assist, to fund artisans. I wish Madam Elash would have sat down with your neighbor. You would have come up with a very serious paper to implement what you are asking this parliament to approve for you. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Kenyatta Market, if you go to Gong Road.
Yes, Honorable Elachi, what's the
if you go.
Order, Honorable Member, there's a point of order.
She hasn't listed in a point of order. I was just complimenting her.
What's your point of order, Honorable Elachi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is my honorable senior member in order to say that Honorable Elachi would have come up with a serious paper. Mr. Speaker, the policy that we are saying is not that there is no policy. We are saying, can the government put together the different policies that are scattered all over The one we are talking about is now in the Ministry of Industrialization. There's another one in the Ministry of Trade. There's another one in the Ministry, and now we have an SME. So can we put them together and take it to the Ministry of SME? That's what we're talking about.
Very well. Honelach, you will still have a chance to reply to this motion. So gather all these views, and then you will be speaking on them. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Elach. You know, we are speaking about the same thing, but I think you need to wait for the head before you beat the start. We are all in support of your initiative, and we'll continue doing so. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Dagoretti Corner, if you go to Kenyatta Market, you go to Kariobangi, you'll find the kind of economic activities happening there which are being driven by SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate His Excellency the President, because what he has put together in the housing sector is there's no more importation of doors and accessories from out there. They are being made by the so-called jua kali, in quote, but now they are being accredited to the term small and medium enterprise. They have been put together to provide those small items required in the building. What are we saying, Mr. Speaker? If we identify these SMEs, and I'm very grateful because I have started the process of identifying the small and medium enterprises in my constituency. I need to have a database. I need to know who they are. I need to know what they are going through. Once we finish with that process, it's upon me as the Member of Parliament for Bole to start now discussing with them, starting with the trainings, starting with looking for funding for them, because you cannot only rely on the money coming from the government. We have NGOs willing to support the small and medium enterprises. We have individuals who are ready to work with them. For example, in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have large-scale farmers. These people buy some items from the small juakali around the area. Irrigation items, fencing items, name it. I want to thank Madam Elash, because if we put all those together and have one stock, knowing that this is the number of SMEs that we have, the government will do better. But the government has not been doing very well in this, because we have not statistics. And I wonder what the Department of Kenya Bureau of Statistics does. It has failed the Kenya small scale enterprises. Because I have never seen a report saying the number of small and medium enterprises from Bori. Says that now, when the fund comes, it is being allocated to a certain number. That's one failure of the government. And I hope the current government is going to collect that. Mr. Speaker, it is upon us, members of parliament, to stand with these SMEs. There's no way we are going to be the future industrial nation if we are not going to put emphasis on these small innovators, on these small artisans. And that's where the Hustler Nation and the Hustler Fund is going to benefit these people. I pity the thinking of Professor Udo. I really pity him. I pity him. I thought he would congratulate the president. Instead, he started talking about Kibaki, Kenyatta, Raila, who have nothing to do with what we are discussing. What we should be saying now is that go back to our constituencies, identify these people, try and sort them out. That's what matters right now, something that we haven't been doing. But now, because we have a willing government, which is ready to stand with these small entrepreneurs, we shall go far. Mr. Speaker, you and me, we belong to the same political thinking. And I think through small and medium enterprise, we will expand our tax base because they are not going to remain static. They are going to grow, become medium, and then from there, they now start moving to another level. And that's what we need. We need to expand our tax base. And we cannot expand our tax base if we don't develop small and medium enterprises. We cannot increase employment in this country if we cannot increase and fund the small and medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, we have talent. We cannot annex talent if we don't support these people. We are creating an opportunity for us to be a country of innovators. Unless if we entertain these people and stand with them. I'm arguing the people, Bori. I'm arguing the young people, talented, because they are all spread in all sectors. The mistake that many of us would do is to say that we are manufacturing. No, we have small and medium enterprises in music. We have small and medium enterprises in filmmaking. We have small and medium enterprises in selling sugarcane. We have small and medium enterprises doing all kinds of things. The mistake that all of us have is to fall in that state that we are all dealing with manufacturers. No, we must diversify. And we must diversify by identifying our talents down there. We must identify the sector, music sector. Football even is an enterprise. I have seen young people who have formed their clubs and they compete with one another. And now they have turned themselves into an enterprise of hospitality. Look at that kind of innovation. So, Mr. Speaker, this policy consolidation by Madam Elashi need to be supported. We must stand as a house to make sure that we start implementing what we pass in this house, because that has been the greatest mistake. And I can tell you, through the Ministry of Cooperative and the SME, the kind of growth which I will experience for the next 10 years, which I pray that His Excellency the President is going to rule this country. It's going to be enormous, and it will be a game changer for the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, many people are asking where the money is going to come from. Sometimes we need to pray to God. If we have reached this far, if William Samoei Ruto has reached this far with his slogan to support the hustlers, I can assure you, God is going to provide where this money is going to come from. You know where it is going to come from? We shall stop wastage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. You are so patient. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Elachi, this was your protagonist, after all. Next is Honorable Paul Biego Chesumei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand here to support this motion from Honorable Elachi, and that I'm in support of it because actually creating a unified policy would make work much easier for everybody. And of course, we know that there is a new sector-level national policies that provide opportunities for development of SMEs, which include so many policies. Example, the National Industrialization Policy of 2012, there is the National Trade Policy of 2017, and also the Kenya Investment Policy 2019, Kenya Youth Development Policy of 2019. All those policies actually confuse, and I would support for them to be amalgamated into one. I'm a product of I'm an entrepreneur and I understand the importance of SMEs. And now that there is even a ministry in charge of SMEs, I think it is just going to be free and fair for those policies to be lump summed to one. And for those people who are working for SMEs, they get difficulties. Like now, when there's a policy in industrialization talking about SMEs, when you want to fly abroad probably and purchase some things, there is a different policy. So actually trying to comply with all those policies could be a problem. So I actually support strongly that it should be one. Given that activities of the SMEs cut across all sectors of the economy, it is imperative to develop a new unified national policy to reflect the current situation and create policy implementation synergies across the sectors. And I think that is going to go a long way in assisting the industry to grow. Again, of course, the importance of a national unified policy will provide an integrated enabling business environment for the growth and development of productive SMEs here in Kenya. And that's going to make significant socio-economic contributions to the economy through provisions of decent jobs and source of quality products. So I would really urge Honorable Elachi to keep on going as much as how the other members have said that you should add some more, you should spice up what you have already given, but I believe it's good to go. And we support, or I support that. And the policies that, the many policies which are there right now will be a deterrent to many small-scale SMEs, and they can be discouraged in doing business. So I think it's very easy that once they are amalgamated, it'll be very easy for them. Otherwise, I support and say, let me donate some of my other minutes to my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Donya Doris Kisi, Women Rep. Very well, proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Mheshimiwa Elachi for this motion because, as we all understand, any business that lacks capital, when there is no cash flow, that business will eventually die. Any business that operates under uncontrolled laws, it can't thrive. The administration should be looked into, and then we compare from other countries what they've done, from having good, modern, advanced machines for these SMEs, things that are up to date. We should be, as the world moves, as the clock moves, everything should be moving for us so that we can move from third or developing countries to a developed country. Mr. Speaker, let me say, I give an example of suppliers. There are people who are carpenters, and they had good innovations of making new desks for schools. Then they procure those tenders, they are told to supply those desks, they take loans to do that business. Later, they follow for payment 1 year, come another year, come a third year. if suppliers could tell you what they go through in this republic, you will surely say that there are some laws which need to be looked into, so that if you've done work, let's say the government should say at least not more than 60 days, you should be paid. We will be at a good position. But when you do work, you have loans that you've taken to do that particular work, yet you're not paid your money, it is as good as you could not have done that work. So, Madam Elachi, have my support. This is good, and Madam Donya Doris from Kisii County supports this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Beatrice Kimei, Kericho.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have waited patiently, and thank you. And I want to first commend my namesake, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, for the motion that is brought on place that is concerned with the SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I would want to start by saying that developing unified policies concerning the SMEs is of great importance to us as a country, just like what my colleagues have said. When I look around, Mr. Speaker, I will realize that across the country, in the villages, in the wards, in the sub-counties, in the counties and nationally, in the rural and in the urban, we have SMEs, Mr. Speaker. And not only that, when I also look around, I see that SMEs does not have a tribe, does not have a race. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because in Kericho, where I come from, you will find people trading from across the board. You will find the small and the medium enterprises doing carpentry from different parts of the country. So in a way, it has also brought people together, and the skills have been uplifted for that matter. So I stand to support this motion in a very special way and say that we need those policies that will actually guide, and especially when it comes to recognition. For a very long time, the SMEs have been fighting for their space in the economy. Even with the knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that 80% SMEs create 80% of the employment, and knowing also that SMEs constitute 98% of the business in Kenya. It contributes 30% of the jobs and probably 3% of the GDP, yet they still fight for their space. And Mr. Speaker, one of their challenges is lack of enough capital to put up their business. And this one, when the policies are put in place, at least they will be able to have that capital, knowing that in most of the times they have been exploited by those people who lend money. We normally call them the shylocking, and charging high interest, 30% or even more. Yet these small and medium enterprises, Mr. Speaker, don't even have what to start their business and even want to continue. So once we have these policies in place, I would say that they will actually be protected from the exploitation of such like, and knowing that even the banks cannot access credit from the banks, knowing that they don't have formal, they are not formally formed. So I would support this motion in a very serious way. And maybe to add on that, Mr. Speaker, what is ailing the SMEs is about the market, inadequate market for the products. They try to put a lot of their resources, a lot of time, a lot of money, the ones that they have just borrowed from wherever, yet when they produce, There is very little or no market for their products. And their products, just the way our brother Mukambi said, and maybe we used to call them the chuakali. Their products are good, their products are durable, their products can be sold within and without. So I would actually support that they need to be assisted with the market, and not to forget the national and the county governments to allocate land or space for these businesses, Mr. Speaker. Why am I saying so? You will realize that most of them do their business just along the road, and this is also very risky for them, yet there is land that can be allocated for the same. So as we go around looking at those policies, there should be allocation space for them, and even areas to store their items, Mr. Speaker, because some of them, I speak on behalf of the SMEs, of those who are brick makers, those who make pots and all that. They do not have even space where they store their products, Mr. Speaker. And just to support on this, I would also say that infrastructure is key. Some of the products can be transported to the nearby urban centers and even beyond, but the roads may sometimes be a challenge, and especially the feeder roads to the villages, Mr. Speaker. So once the infrastructure is improved, the roads and all that, I know, Mr. Speaker, the SMEs will actually improve, and they will continue even to add to the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the youth, what they are lacking mostly is not the skill. They do have the skill, but of course the funding is the issue. So once, Mr. Speaker, they are enabled positively, not even forgetting people living with disability, Mr. Speaker. Some of them can sit on the support, like the wheelchairs, and do their business, the hawkers and the like. But what they require is the support and the policies from the government. And I would also want to say, if we would want to have their products, and that is what we would really want to have, sold within and without the internal and the external market, then for the quality, Mr. Speaker, then we have the Kenya Bureau of Standards coming in place so that they can help. And I know things will work well for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support and say that they need recognition, they need funding, they need to expand the business, they need also to be mentored. Some of them have skills, but they need more of these skills. They need their products to be marketed, and restructuring cannot be actually avoided. So I support this motion of Madam Elachi. Honorable, I say that this should come very, very handy for our youth, for our women, and even for everybody else. And I'm happy that the Kenya Kwanza government, as we look forward to the Hustler Fund, is concerned not only about the people who are formal or informal sectors, but even in the informal. So as we discuss this, we will actually be supporting what the government has in place, or what the government of the day is actually proposing, the Hustler Fund, that should cut across and it should work well for the small and the medium enterprises. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Very well. This House's honorable members don't have titles like Madam Elachi. It's Honorable Elachi. And it's honorable all this way as you refer to other members of this House. Next is Honorable Memusi. Honorable Memusi Kanchori. Very well. Let's have Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi. Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support this motion by my good friend, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, Mama Dako, and it's a timely motion, Mr. Speaker, because world over, Mr. Speaker, economies are grown from SMEs. Many, if you look at the Asian tigers, if you look at many economies that have grown, they have grown from SMEs. And the government, Mr. Speaker, makes a deliberate effort to put more investment in and support, good political will in supporting the SMEs. In this country, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our economy, is driven by these so-called informal businesses, Mr. Speaker. You look at what we call chuakali, we have chamas, we have these table banking, and many others, Mr. Speaker, that are driving our economy. You go to most of these markets, the artisans in Kikomba and many other places, these are the people who are supporting our economy, and we call them informal. But if the government can support this, Mr. Speaker, and put funds more in this, I know the government of President Mwai Kibaki did a deliberate effort, Mr. Speaker, to support the SMEs. And during his time, the economy was growing at a very fast rate. And the president, the next government, did not make much effort. But I believe what this current government has promised Kenyans, if they implement those promises they have made, the funds they say they are going to put in the small enterprises to support Mama Mboka, to support border youth, and many others, Mr. Speaker, who are in that level, I'm very sure this access to cheap credit facilities, it will propel this country to start growing very fast, our economy to start growing very fast. Because what normally bedevils our small businesses, Mr. Speaker, they have no access to credit facilities. And once this is made available and the government creates friendly credit facilities, these people who are very, very innovative, and Kenyans are very innovative, Mr. Speaker. If you go anywhere, go to any country, you'll find Kenyans doing, and are not ashamed of doing those small little things that will put food on the table. And this, Mr. Speaker, we have seen even young men and women who have come up with proper ideas that have developed and have even gone into the process of exporting their wares, Mr. Speaker. I read somewhere, Mr. Speaker, where I said in China, they do small little things. And those little things that are the ones that are going into Mecca exports, that we are buying those things from India, we are buying many things from India, from China, and we find these are the things that are supported by the government. It's not those big companies that, Mr. Speaker, the multinational companies that come around, because those are very few. So if for us to grow and take this country to the Vision 2030, where nobody is excluded, we want to bring on board, Mr. Speaker, young people, people with disability, and women, and make sure that, Mr. Speaker, they are engaged. And what the president is saying about paying taxes, when this small enterprise...
Order, Honorable Kwom. Honorable member, you are a ranking member. You can't afford to just cross the floor. You really must go back and come back the correct way. Yes. He's a ranking member, so he knows exactly. You may proceed, Honorable T.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Some of these little things, you know, we come and think the Speaker is not watching, but Speaker, you have the hawk eyes that you can see the little things we are doing inside here. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this because it's a good idea, and I've seen, Mr. Speaker, even within my own constituency, when I supported the women to start up these small businesses, within those groups, Mr. Speaker, we have so much money circulating around that you find that people are now, you know, they are talking about lending money without even having any interest. And these funds that we have started, the government funds, Mr. Speaker, the Hustler Fund, the WESA Fund, the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund, if these funds are made much easier, accessible by these people, Mr. Speaker, we shall grow our economy, and all of us in this country, we want to thrive, and we want to see the many Safaricoms coming up. Safaricom, we know where it started from, and you can see something like M-Pesa where it has gone, and many other things that, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the bank, the Equity Bank. Equity Bank is the one that came up with ideas of allowing anybody to go and invest in that bank with little money. Even with 100 shillings, you can go and open an account. And this is the things that we are looking at, Mr. Speaker, because those really good innovation has propelled people to start even imagining that they can even do those big things by starting up that small. And once they have a good environment, Mr. Speaker, investing your money, it will be something that the government will start growing and will just start witnessing how the economy will become. We shall be having even surplus budgets in this kind of thing. So what we need is good political will, and Mr. Speaker, that the government must start at the level where the majority of Kenyans are, and this is these small levels, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I support this, and Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we move this further, it will bring a great results in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Elijah, for bringing this motion, and we must build on it to make sure that it brings our country to leapfrog and become a middle-level economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Nimrod Mbai, Kitui East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion, which is very important to our country. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, allow me, because it's my first opportunity to say something in the 13th Parliament, just to say congratulations to my constituents, the people of Kitui East, for electing me, and also inform them that we have something to celebrate. Today, His Excellency, the President William Ruto, hosted the President of South Africa, and at the center of discussion was how governments and how Africa is going to do away on reliance on coal energy, because coal mining in the Moi Basin is one of the things we've been so much against, and it's like the previous governments have been skewed towards going in for coal mining, but we have a government now which, Mr. Speaker, is encouraging going against coal mining. Thank you for that. That now does to Honorable Elijah's motion, which is very important, and that's why you can see everyone is concerned and is in support. Mr. Speaker, what we are calling SMEs, these are people who are in business, feeding their children, taking their children to school, paying fees, paying for all services everybody is supposed to pay. Buy unga at the same cost as a member of parliament. So when we talk of facilitating them to do their business in a better way, I think there is nothing more noble that this House can do more than supporting these people, which is a big percentage of which provides employment in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the services or what governments are supposed to do. And one of the main objectives of our government is to give an enabling environment for business. So it is upon this government to give an enabling environment for the SMEs to do their business. And it's the business of the arm of government, this arm of the government, the legislature, to provide policies and guidelines. So, Mr. Speaker, through Honorable Elijah, I think this arm of the government has been called to attention to engage in one of the most important things. As part of my contribution to the motion, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is something Honorable Elijah would want to note, it is that this will require vigorous, robust public participation, Honorable Elijah, and we are all in support of what we are doing, because none of the members who are here who know how to hustle out there, how to do how to own, how to survive on a small business, how to survive on a juakali business. So the stakeholders, the people who are on daily basis engaging in this kind of endeavors, this is the opportunity through this motion, through this house, through the leadership of Honorable Elachi, that these people were given an opportunity to speak to the policy. What do they want from the government? How do they think and advise the government on how they can be assisted? Things to do with licenses. It also touches on the devolved units of government. The county governments are the people actually who are moderating these businesses on daily basis. They should be called on board as stakeholders and also hear what these big chunk or big percentage of Kenyans have to say about their governance, the governance of their sector. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said. I don't want to repeat so much on what has been said, but I wanted to bring up the issue of stakeholder management and public participation. The actual people involved in SMEs should be listened. We should provide, as a house, provide enough budget for that, and county governments should be called on board as stakeholders to listen as we work on this policy formulation in guiding our SMEs will do their business. Wealth creation is a big factor, is one of the things that this government brought this government into power. How we can support our people create wealth to themselves and pay taxes, what we are calling extending or expanding the tax base. We can't extend the tax base without providing good policies for these people to create wealth. So it's the time, Mr. Speaker, we did this, and that's why I stand in solidarity in supporting this motion by our honorable member. Thank you.
Honorable member for West Mugirango. Honorable member for West Mugirango, Stephen M. Mogaka. Then we move to Honorable Member Joshua Kimilu. Very well. Give him the microphone and he may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion. And the one I want to thank Beatrice Salach for bringing this motion, which is very important to Kenyans and to our people. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the motion because, Mr. Speaker, this SMS has been of importance to our people. Mr. Speaker, when I think, and I remember when I went back to my constituency 2 years ago, when I was doing a public participation for the development, I met some widowers, and as we were discussing, they formed into small groups of 50 and hundreds, and they were doing merry-go-rounds, whereby they contribute some small amount of money, and they just take the money around. But, Mr. Speaker, when I met them and we discussed, I advised them and we discussed on how they can start small businesses with the small amount of money they contributed. And through my foundation, Kimilu Foundation, Mr. Speaker, I managed to get support from other organizations. And I supported them with a little amount of money. Per group, I was giving them 100,000. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that through that small amount of money, they started small businesses. And those small businesses helped them now. Most of them now, they can stand on their own. They can bring food on table through those small businesses, Mr. Speaker. So with good policies, Mr. Speaker, I think this is very important, and we urge the government to be on the front line to support these small businesses, Mr. Speaker, because it creates jobs to jobless people. Mr. Speaker, through SMEs, some students manage to be in school through their parents making small money to pay the school fees for them. And, Mr. Speaker, it will also create a good environment and good policies will create a good environment for these SMEs, which will help those who are doing the businesses, and will also encourage others to join. When you go to other countries, Mr. Speaker, where the policies are in line, as to be lined, Mr. Speaker, you get that many people come up with from these small businesses, and they end up becoming large-scale sellers, and they become serious business people. But they start from the scratch, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important. And for the country to grow, the economy of a country to grow, we need to value these small enterprises, Mr. Speaker. Those borders, those who are doing the borders, Mr. Speaker, they are looking for a way of accessing just small funds. But the problem is the collaterals. There is a lot of, before you access any fund, Mr. Speaker, in this country, you have to follow a long queue of collateral, Mr. Speaker, whereby if we put policies whereby we consider those people, whereby if you want to access funds, within 2 days you can access the funds and you start small business, Mr. Speaker, we can contribute on growing the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of challenges on this business where they are facing, and there's a government. I urge the government, the current government, to look at this and try through the fund. They are talking about Hustle Fund. We want to see action on the ground. We want to see how it will benefit those small business owners, those small owners, to see how they can make and create business within their localities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want also to look on organizations like Safaricom, whereby they organize and train, give trainings and teachings to those small business, those SMEs, which is very important, Mr. Speaker. And we want to encourage all these organizations to support and give their contribution to Kenyans, to those people who are struggling with the business, those who are low earners, Mr. Speaker. Coming up with a unified policy, Mr. Speaker, will bring development and solve the problem of anger, problem of crime, and it also encourage many to join this, doing this small business, whereby we are solving the problem of this country. It will also contribute to many people, those who are in crime, they can even change and start these small businesses with good policies. And I know making laws and policies in Kenya is very easy. Implementing is a challenge. But, Mr. Speaker, with the support of the government, I know all will be well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And because I don't want to talk much, I want to support the motion. And thank you again, Honorable Member Beatrice Alach, for this motion. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Naomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my coming up with this. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know very well that small businesses, enterprise, are our people on the ground, and they need microfinance, and they need a lot of support from all of us as leaders. And unless our government seriously plans in order to enhance their businesses and support them, especially at this time where we know that in many areas there are those people who sell fruits, there are those people who sell vegetables, there are those people who even sell charcoal and all these other things. And unless we empower them and enhance their businesses, they may not be able even to educate their children. And that is why I stand to support this motion and also see how best this can be implemented and get to the people on the ground. Mr. Speaker, again, we know when we talk of this, the big people, the great or the big group that is being empowered is women and young and youth. We know very well that our youth are trying their best and coming up with a lot of creativities. And through SMEs, they will be able to be supported, because most of the time they cannot go to big banks and borrow loans, but through SMEs, they are able to, empowered, get the loans, and also do their businesses. If there is any time that Kenyans need our support, it is a time like today, a time like now, this season, where we know very well that there are so many things that are affecting. We are just out of the election. People's businesses have been affected. Economically, we have not been doing well for the last 4 years because of COVID. The drought is there. The people who are depending on animals have lost their animals, and they are wondering where to begin from. So through this, I know we'll be able to support the people on the ground, and they'll be able to support their families. When we empower families, then we have empowered our society, and we know that children will be educated. They will also get good help, because they'll be able to help themselves, and the government is there to support them. And if we all agree and pass this, then we will be able to touch those lives that needs our attention. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I support this, and I congratulate Mheshimiwa Elachi. Thank you.
Very well, Engineer Nebat Muriuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in thanking Honorable Beatrice for bringing forward this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, our economy is actually supported by the small and medium enterprises. Even the big companies, they depend on these small and medium enterprises for their survival. Whether it is an export company, the products which are being exported will be supplied largely by the small farms, individuals, and if it's an import company, the products which land into this country reach the customers through the small and medium enterprises. So this is a very, very important sector in the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, while contributing to this motion on a unified policy, I would like to add that we need to consider also the starting, how to encourage the starting of small businesses, the survival of those small businesses as we go into mentoring and funding and the rest. Mr. Speaker, I want to address what people go through, especially those who retire. Most people who retire, they attempt to go into small business to keep themselves busy and also to continue earning a living. Mr. Speaker, a few things which I find the people going into small business, they don't address, or they don't know how to address, is what kind of business they want to go to, where they are going to do this kind of business, why they are going to do this kind of business, and even how to do the business. Mr. Speaker, to address those questions, it calls for training of those who are trying to go into small business. Because of this lack of basic training, Mr. Speaker, you find most people start small businesses which close before the end of 1 year. One is because one will find that has gone into the wrong business. If the question is asked, why are you going to this business? Most people will say this is what they see other people doing, not even addressing the question whether there is enough market for what they are trying to go into. So the government should take a deliberate effort to make sure that those who are going to small business are enlightened in how to go into small business. Mr. Speaker, the other issue which I have when one is starting small business is the kind of hurdles one has to jump before you start the business. The number of licenses, Mr. Speaker. I support this motion of unifying the policy because you find one hand of business, government does not bother to know what the other arm of government is doing in addition, while trying to encourage the starting and growth of small business. The councils, they already have one kind of license. Public health will be there asking for some other kind of license. The standards, Bureau of Standards, Mr. Speaker, name them. There are many licenses which a small business has to have. The other point, Mr. Speaker, is competition. A small business, when it starts, Mr. Speaker, has to compete with large businesses. And government appears not to be encouraging the small businesses to compete effectively with the large ones. Because when we come to tendering procedures, Mr. Speaker, you find a small business being asked to submit 3 years of audited accounts. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how many small businesses do have audited accounts to submit KRA certificates, Mr. Speaker. And those who have been in small business, they know one of the institutions which kills small businesses is KRA. Because KRA, when they come to charge small businesses tax, they charge on turnover. And these small businesses, they rarely break even. So you are charging a small business on what has already been made a loss. You are taxing somebody who has actually made a loss. And when you do this twice, that business will go to us closing down. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to various speakers here. It is being avoided to mention that those who are coming to enforce the various licenses, Mr. Speaker, they only come to extract money from the small businesses. More so the public health, if we talk of those who are in the hospitality industry. The public health person will keep on coming around, and they are only coming to extract money in the name of the premises are not fit to run such businesses. These are some of the serious handles which the government must address if the small businesses has to survive and grow. Mr. Speaker, it has been mentioned, especially in the agricultural sector, the infrastructure is a challenge. If the roads are poor, the products being grown, Mr. Speaker, to get them to the market, it will be quite expensive. And all this will be passed down to the small business who is dealing with that product. So you find they will rarely make profits. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is marketing, and I want to thank the President because this has been realized, and the President has spoken very, very clearly, saying that if we go the cooperative way, we are going to encourage the small businesses to have their products, and then they'll be able to market. I trust this one will be addressed. Funding, Mr. Speaker, though it is a challenge, with the HASRA Fund, USO Fund, and other many funds which the government is putting in place to support the small businesses and the HASRAs, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the funds will be there. But there is one issue which should be addressed alongside these funds. These small businesses are being run by people, men and women, who have got other domestic needs, financial needs. They have got children in school. They have got their daily survival. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we approach this, we are calling the HASRA Fund. The funds, in addition to supporting the starting of a small business, should also take into account that these people will be having children in school, and also they have got their own domestic financial needs. So if that one is taken care of, then the small business can be able to grow. Mr. Speaker, financial management is a critical skill required in business. And most of the SMEs, they lack financial management training. The government should undertake to ensure that those who are being given funds, USO fund, HASRA fund, the women, whatever fund, go through some basic financial management so they don't end up taking money which they use in other needs, and then they are not even able to repay, and even they cannot be able to support their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, it is a very, very important motion which has been introduced. I support it, putting a requirement that the government should actually find training, a very necessary component for those who are in small business or going to small business, to ensure that the funds which are given out to support this sector, at least they bear fruits. I support Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP for Emuaya.
Honorable Speaker, I have a very short mic here, but I'll do with it. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance as the Honorable Member for Emuaya. And I would also want to, and thank you a lot, because many of our new members in the House imagine that when you are the Presidium, you only act as a member of the Presidium. No, no, no. I'm a Honorable Member from Emuaya, and this is what really counts for me. In the last House, Honorable Speaker, you remember, was a very active member seated right there, and consistently so, speaking rather on all these motions. Honorable Speaker, I would wish to say that this was a very good motion, and I want to thank the Honorable Member, Beatrice Elachi, for bringing it to the floor of the House. That for the first time, or even so, we require that we put it in place that we unify and mainstream the small
Honorable Omboko, you can move to the next mic.
Thank you very much. We mainstream and unify the policy that deals with the small businesses, SMEs. And their importance cannot be gainsaid, because they have been the ones that have been running this economy for the longest period of time. Today I see a lot of concentration, both in government and non-government sector, giving a lot of concentration on the working class and those who are the mainstream business. But when you look at our economy holistically, the role that is played by the big players, the mainstreamers, is very, very small. Almost 80% of the businesses in this country, of employment in this country, almost 80% of the workforce in this country is actually domiciled in the SMEs. And therefore, it's high time we mainstreamed them. And not only mainstream them, but therefore give them capital and have a clear process on how they can get their capital, so that they are not moving around or haggling to get loans from the banks. That can be done. By mainstreaming them, we shall have them get a proper way of training. By mainstreaming them, we shall have them get a proper way of marketing their products. And that is important. Like earlier speakers may have spoken, that there's a lot of market within this country which can be tapped. And there are countries that have made these laws, and these laws work for them very well. That there are certain goods which we consume locally, which we don't need to import from outside. One example that was given was, for instance, furniture. Why are we importing every furniture in our offices from outside, when it's very clear that there are so many industries that are doing the same? Look at the time of COVID. COVID really taught us that a time can come when, Honorable Speaker, every country must stand for itself. There's no chance for importing anything, and there's no chance for moving from your own country to another. And that's the time when you remember some SMEs were able to produce beds for the hospitals. That is where we need to tap, and that's where we need to stay. That the COVID was just but a warning. So we need to actually give these SMEs mainstreaming so that they can operate and run properly with a policy that is unified, known by the government and supported by the government. This will be very good for this country. It's also very important that we broaden our imagination of SMEs. Let's not just strict ourselves that when we talk about SMEs, I must repeat this, and I was impressed, we are dealing with manufacturing alone. So when we talk about SMEs, somebody thinks of what was called juakali and making some product like a jiko. No, no, no. With the CBC in schools, which now the Presidential Task Force is moving around to get its views on, there's a lot of innovation in entertainment sector. There are SMEs existing as entertainment clubs, youths doing entertainment things, filming, acting, drama. I want to believe all that is SMEs. So it's not only manufacturing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must not confine ourselves. What about the small clubs of football that are existing in Nyanza and Western? What about the youths who are having training camps in the Rift Valley, in the areas of Iten? Those are SMEs which need support so that they may grow their talent and actually grow to employ and give glory to this country. So it's very important that we expand our scope of imagination of SMEs to all sectors, not only manufacturing, but also the various innovations that we have. In Emuhaya, Honorable Speaker, over the weekend, we were beginning the football tournament, and the clubs that have registered are over 200. Some of them are running as clubs that participate in various leagues. They need support. They are keeping the youths busy. And they are also earning a small income for the youths, but at the same time training them and seeing if they can be marketed to higher levels so that they can now play what is called the Premier League. That all is very important for this particular sector. Honorable Speaker, this was a very good motion by Honorable Beatrice Elachi. I thought and believe I should put my voice to it, and I fully support it. And thank you for giving me this chance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Omboko Milemba. I wish members could take that approach, because the requests are very many against the time we have. So you don't have to use 10 minutes. If you can make your points within less, or even 5 minutes, it would be even better. We have Honorable David Mboni, MP for Kitui Rural.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to make my remarks to this motion. First, let me thank Honorable Elachi for bringing forward this motion. Because this motion and the proposals, if they are implemented, they are going to make SMEs grow, contribute to GDP and also revenues, create employment and incomes, and also reduce poverty. Honorable Speaker, SMEs cut across all the sectors of the economy. They are found in manufacturing, they are found in agriculture, transport, tourism, and every other sector. SMEs are found there. They make a substantial contribution to livelihoods and economic growth in Kenya. They contribute 24% of GDP of this country and 90% of total workforce in the economy are found in SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there are many sessions paper which have been done on SMEs, and other development blueprints, you find the proposals of SMEs. But SMEs
these policies, they have not been well implemented. And SMEs still continue having challenges. Some of the challenges are limited access to credit due to lack of collateral. And because of the risk involved in lending to them, they are also given lending credit ceilings. The amount of money where they cannot be lended because of the risk, and also the interest rates given by the banks are very high because of the risk. Most of them, they are moved to digital money lenders, where the interest rates are up to 30%, 20%, 15%, 30% per month. And you see, you cannot do business with such high interest rates. They also lack markets for their products, because there are more products, mostly they are of low quality, because of lack of modern technology. They use old technology, so therefore, their products are not be able to compete with other products which are done using modern technology. They lack accommodation and sanitation. Go to Kigomba, you see the way they are operating there. They are operating in a very, very difficult environment. And therefore, these are some of the challenges which they are lacking. They lack training in production and marketing. Most of them, even when they do their products, the majority of their products, they even don't know where to market them. They are also facing difficulties in acquiring licenses. In some instances, there are multiple licenses. Honorable Chair, protecting me from minority leader. It's making a lot of noise. Yeah, in most cases, to get licenses is very difficult because there are multiple licenses. You go to the counties has like, government has like 2 licenses, counties has like 5 licenses, and all of them need to be acquired. And they require money. And of course, the corruption sets in. And I think if we enhance these SMEs, this country is going to grow. Currently, the world is facing recession. And therefore, if it's facing recession, then we have to have inward looking at our sectors so that they can help us and help the economy to grow. In terms of recommendation, the government should be able to undertake regular audit of effectiveness of informal economy policies and regulatory framework. What I'm saying is that any policy we are adopting, the government should be able to monitor it and evaluate it and see how effective it is in terms of enhancing growth of the sector. In terms of funds, and I say that they are facing challenges in acquiring funds. I remember some 2018, in the finance bill, we proposed we start a Biashara Bank. Biashara Bank was to incorporate all the funds, like Weso Fund, Women Funds, Youth Funds. All these funds were supposed to be brought together in one basket and open a bank called Biashara Bank. And all these and branches open in each and every county so that business people can be able to access these funds. Currently, the Weso Fund is helping, but I'll tell you, the repayment of that money has become a challenge. Because of the poverty, because of the drought, the government officers who are in charge of Weso Fund cannot be able to recover that money. The National Treasury should increase the allocation to SMEs credit and guarantee scheme so that, and also provide guidelines to allow promising SMEs to access funds through registered groups. I know we have formed the credit guarantee scheme, but I think it should also need to be enhanced so that it can be able to get more funds to grow. I like what Mheshimiwa said. There was a proposal in this government, in this country, I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, for ministries to buy furniture from locally manufactured products so that we can be able to grow that sector. But what happened? We are still buying products from China, which are made in China. And I believe the products, furniture done in this country, are better than those in China. So the government should actually come up with a policy to buy from these people. The government should also provide training and capacity building in marketing, technology, and pricing and customer service, so that these people can be able to produce good products. They can be able to enhance productivity, look for markets, and those kind of things. Mr. Speaker, lastly, the government should provide decent spaces and sanitation so that they can operate in good environment. So with those few remarks, I support, and I think if this policy is going to be implemented, we are going to have a vibrant informal sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The MP for Runyenjes is in the house. Eric Muchangi, past him, Honorable Yusuf, the MP for Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to salute my sister, the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti North, for bringing this motion to the House on the unified national policy for our small and medium enterprises. And I think this is something that should have happened yesterday. It is so much necessary, because at the moment we have a very fragmented, disjointed system of helping small and medium enterprises, and to a certain extent the right does not know what the left is doing, and successive governments have really not been very serious about supporting our small and medium enterprises. There's a lack of commitment. It's mostly lip service, and I hope there will be change as a result of this motion and other interventions, that we change this. And many of the smaller funded funds that have been set up, like Uwezo Youth, well-meaning funds that could have gone a long way to helping our young SMEs, have been bedeviled by wastages, leakages, and embezzlement of funds, and have not really benefited much of the young people involved in that sector. If you look at the figures, the Kenya informal sector employs the largest number of people in our country. Roughly 14.5 million, 80% of that section of the population are employed in this important sector of Jua Kali. And many of them are employed in the small and medium enterprises. And therefore this Jua Kali sector, if well funded with the right policy inputs, could form the foundation for the economic development and the building blocks of our economy. Some of the most advanced countries started with cottage industries, like Japan and Korea, and even Vietnam now and Thailand. Just like us, if you go, you would see a large number of people in that sector in my neighborhood of Kikomba, Shaurimoyo, Jua Kali. There are thousands of people who, if given the right opportunity and the right funding with the right policies, could become the next manufacturing sector of our country and then grow our economy. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to consider this particular motion because the SMEs can expand the livelihoods opportunities of our population, can create more employment opportunities and to our workers, and can really be an important component of our economic development and policy. And they contribute to a lot of the well-being of ordinary people, particularly in our capital city with 5 million people, many of the people from Kangware, Kibra, Madare, many of our informal sectors, and including my own neighborhood of Kamkunji, have large number of people who are dependent on this sector. And I think with an input policy, the right policy and the right funding, they could take off. I want to once again congratulate my sister Beatrice Elachi for bringing this particular motion to this House. And I think this motion would make a lot of difference to the young and upcoming SMEs in our capital city and our rural areas, and will play a big role in reducing poverty, in fighting poverty, and creating equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I support.
Thank you, Honorable Yusuf, for being brief. The MP for Kirinyaga Central, Honorable Joseph Gitari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. One, I want to thank my sister, Honorable Arachi, for bringing this timely motion. And on start, I want to say, I can see that my sister prescribes to the Artisan nation because SMEs play a big role in this country. I want to say that SMEs, you know, there are so many things that we've done with SMEs. Now that the President of this Republic has been talking with the lenders of many, like Tara and the rest, to lower their interest rates. Yeah? This is the way to go because we want to support our border sector. We want to support our human groups. We want to support many SMEs. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are even lenders who are giving people money, the Shylocks, at 30%, but this is the way to go. For the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, and I can see the clock, I want to support my sister, and I want to congratulate her and continue the good spirit, and you join the Artisan nation. I thank you.
And Honorable Gitari, you'll pursue those talks outside the House. The MP for Masenga, Honorable Joshua Mwalio, is he in the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak something about the small and the micro enterprises development of a unified national policy. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Elachi for this developing of this policy, because this is where many of our people are. Majority of the workers and majority of our voters are small and micro enterprises. In our rural areas, you find somebody has a shop, another one has a vegetable kibanda, another one has got a welding machine where he or she welds windows and doors. Those are the people that have made us to come to this house. And bringing a motion of this kind surely is taking care of them. These small and micro enterprises are the drivers of our economy. You'll find that they are the people that make the money to circulate from one person to another, because they do small and fast-moving items. For example, those who sell in the markets, they sell vegetables that we eat every day. And every morning at 4 a.m., they wake up to go and they sell their wares. Some go to buy there and they sell there. Others go to the market on the market days. They broke cows and they sell them again. They get their money. Others go to buy chickens and they sell, all in the name of making ends meet. And these are the people that needs to be taken care of by this policy. You are aware that when Dubai was open, people used to buy 100 kilos. Another one buys 100 kilos, another 50. They put clothes in one container together, and then they are measured by the feet that you have occupied. So you are charged only the space that you have been able to occupy with your wares, in the name of making ends meet. And these are the people that we need to take care of by this policy. Because if they are given credit, if their credit is availed to them, because they are unable to, some of them don't own even a title deed. They don't own a property that can be charged in a bank. So the best thing is to make a policy that they can be able to access credit. You remember when Equity Bank was starting, it started with the Mama Mboga, with the welders, with the very small people, those people who don't bank. And that is how it tapped their potential to be able to grow the bank, that it is today. So, if you go to a bank today, you'll find there is a section, there is an officer who deals with SMEs. The USAID, they normally give credit to the banks to lend out to the SMEs because they know they have the potential. They have available customers on a daily basis. People are constructing small houses, big houses. The welders are there even to make the windows and doors for them. So those are the people that the banks are trying to make them bankable. And therefore, for the Member of Parliament to have brought this kind of motion, to me it is timely, because I would like to see those people in Masinga constituency who only sell and eat the same profit on the same day, grow from that kind of trading to be advanced to another level. So, if the banks can listen to the SMEs, this economy will grow. But I want to thank God that the President has come with the idea of the ASILA fund, of which it will be available in the circles, in the organized groups, whereby money will be available. If we actualize that, then we will grow this economy as quickly as possible. In conclusion, because I want others to get a chance before the time goes, the employment that is normally created by the SMEs is enormous. One employs 2 people, another one employs 5, another one employs 10. You will find, for example, in Kekomba, the people that carry the bales to load in the lorries are 2 or 3. That is creating employment. The people that are employed in a welding shop are 2 or 3. There is one for cutting, another one for welding, another one for joining. And therefore, this is job creation, which needs to be taken care of. So, Mr. Speaker, I want just to stop there and say, this is timely that we can make this policy to be able to take care of our voters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable John Waweru, Dagoretti South MP.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored. And what great presiding. I would like to, before anything else, to just take this opportunity to congratulate you for ascending to the Presidium and having this opportunity to sit on the Speaker's panel. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, what an awesome motion. I want to thank my neighbor and friend and a very innovative leader in the person of the Honorable Beatrice Elachi for bringing such an amazing motion to the floor of the House. Today looks like it is the hijack of Parliament by the Dagoretis. We had a motion here in the morning by Dagoretti South constituency, and we are here now debating a great motion brought by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi from Dagoretti North, and both of them speaking to a very critical sector of this economy, which is the sector of the people who actually literally drive this economy from the bottom up. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some motions that are bipartisan. It does not matter which side of the divide you sit on in this House. There are few and far in between, but there are some motions that we all have to come together and support. And this is one of those. I thank you, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. I stand to support this motion on the development of a unified national policy on the small and micro enterprises. And I do this because I understand that the calamity that faces this sector is the fragmentation of policies, the fragmentation of approaches, the fragmentation of even institutions that are being mandated to oversight and superintend over this very critical sector. Mr. Speaker, the proliferation of institutions, the proliferations of funds and the proliferation of approaches has been ailing this sector for a very long time. So much so that even with all the goodwill from successive governments, this sector still suffers from very basic problems, Mr. Speaker. And I do understand that this proliferation has also been leading to tough wars, where institutions go up against institutions, funds go against funds, departments and agencies go against each other in the competition to try and sort out the plight of people in this sector. Now, in this competition, I'm reminded of a saying, and you'll allow me to use this language, of the saying about, that comes from the Swahili culture, that vita vya kunguru, furaha kwa panzi. As these agencies are fighting in these tough wars, the people who are suffering are actually the people who should be benefiting from the approaches, from the funds, and from these institutions that I'm saying are very proliferated. Trade suffers, the hustlers suffer. So this policy is extremely timely.
Honorable Kiarie, you know, Speaker anayesimamia mjadala huu ni mweledi wa lugha. Tunasema vita vya panzi, furaha ya kunguru. Sio vile umesema, lakini utaendelea.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker, and I never would question your understanding and I would never doubt your understanding of the language. I have seen you preside over very fluently in English. I know you do quote Latin once in a while, and now I'm amazed that you're also gwiji wa lugha ya taifa. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand guided. I think I was in a rush to save some time so that other members can contribute, and it is true. Vita vya panzi, furaha ya kunguru. As these institutions fight, as these funds go for each other's necks, as these approaches are proliferated, the people who are suffering are the people who should be benefiting from the efforts from these institutions. Mr. Speaker, if we would be able to get to a point where we unify the policy on MSME, we shall be moving well on our way to actualizing the dream of the Kenya Kwanza government and the proclamations of the head of state. The head of state who sat where you're sitting, Mr. Speaker, stood in his place and placed his agenda in front of this House for us to legislate towards actualizing this agenda. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Honorable Beatrice Elachi because this effort is a single effort in moving towards forming good laws that work towards that. Mr. Speaker, if this happens, I do understand that we shall be able to very quickly start benefiting from a unified policy, where now we shall be able to start pushing our traders, our hustlers, and people who are working in this sector towards seeing the viability of their ideas, towards being able to be trained on how to develop good business ideas that can transcend beyond the borders of this country. That we shall be able to now spark and spur and even energize innovation in this country, because we know we are not short of innovators, we are not short of ideas. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we shall be very importantly be able to bring about a semblance of order in the training and skills development in this country, and we stand to be all the richer as a country if we are able to move in the direction that the Honorable Beatrice Elachi is persuading us. Mr. Speaker, again, I thank you for this opportunity, and I stand to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiari. The MP for Karachuonyo, the Honorable Andrew Adepo Okume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me congratulate you first for having secured the chair where you are sitting now. And equally, I want to thank Mheshimiwa Elachi for bringing this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that in a country where there is a huge level of unemployment, the country will never be secure. And without security, the country will never develop. SMEs is providing employment for our people. Let me start with women. If you go outside there in the rural area, a number of women are engaged in small-scale businesses. They are yearning to earn for themselves and really fend for their lives. The problem I know they face is capital to do what they are trying to achieve. So if help can go to them, we are sure they are going to maximize whatever they are doing. And if they maximize, they will expand their businesses. And in expansion, they will get more people to help them achieve their businesses, meaning they are going to employ more people, absorbing them into their businesses. In doing so, they are reducing unemployment, and therefore they are impacting on the good security of the country. We should therefore look at this issue as one that is not only helping this business person, but we should also look at it as one creating development through other channels. The same thing goes with youth. Youth need employment. In fact, they are doing their best. When they leave school or universities, they want to do something. We know unemployment level is very high. We know the government cannot absorb them in their services. We are also aware that other businesses cannot absorb them. So if they can be assisted to start their own businesses, like I said with women, they will also create employment for others. So instead of just being idle and doing nothing in their own areas, they will be creators of jobs for people to be employed in more numbers. I think this is a very important motion because it's going to help us in many ways, and I believe my colleagues, together with me, do support this motion heartily, and we must work hard to ensure that it can be implemented. Mr. Speaker, thanks for giving me chance to contribute to this motion.
The MP for West Mugirango, Honorable Stephen Mogaka.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity and I congratulate you for your meritorious ascendancy to the panels, to the speakers panel. And on the same breath, I want to thank and congratulate Honorable Beatrice Elachi for this very noble step to try and bring a unified policy in dealing with SMEs in this republic. I have a background in banking, and I do recall that SMEs were the most endangered business enterprises in the republic. One day, you lend a Juakali artisan money. The next day, the demolition squad brings the structures down, calling them illegal structures. This lack of an integrated approach in securing SMEs in this republic is what has led to business failure and scared away lenders from putting their money in the informal sector. Honorable Elachi, you have taken a noble step to move government to bring a unified policy that will ensure that our Juakali sector, our informal sector, our border sector, our brick manufacturers in West Mugrango will now have a quasi-law that regulates their existence and assures the operators in that sector that they are duly recognized by government and that one government arm will not be licensing them today as another arm demolishes their structures as it has been the case before. Mr. Speaker, the population of business entrepreneurs in the SME sector is quite heavy. And indeed, this is one of the biggest employers in the Republic of Kenya, yet there is no policy. And if we are a democratic society as we are, let us always align our policies to where our wealth is resting. There's a lot of unlocked wealth in the SME sector. And if we nurture the SME sector and have most of the self-employed operators in the SME sector assured that their operations are legit, that the funding they get are going to come from USAID and other international donor funding that are keen to promote SME sectors. That way, we will be assuring those skilled people who are doing their own businesses that this country also belongs to them. This way, Mr. Speaker, we will also be expanding our tax base so that Kenya Revenue Authority can collect enough revenue to support economic development. I support this motion, and one more time, congratulate my sister, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, for doing that Kenya has been lacking this long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Mgwen, the Honorable El-Mangit, I'm giving you only 2 minutes. I don't know whether you'll be able to make it because the mover has to reply.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would like to support the motion given by Honorable Elachi and to congratulate her on developing a unified policy for the SMEs. We all understand that SMEs play a crucial role, one in increasing the local income and providing employment to thousands of people, which in turn help the also industrialization of the rural and the backward areas back at home. One, to bring down the cost of living, we must empower the SMEs. In that, we need to have locally made products. We empower them on areas of workmanship and standardization. I would give an example of shoemakers, which is very costly. I would give an example of the shoes that are normally worn by the high school students, called tafis. Those shoes go for roughly 2,000 shillings. I always see, I would equate it with a
an ear of a cow. We have skins and hides in this country. Why can't we empower them, give policies standardization policies, and then also provide good workmanship? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is we also need to protect these SMEs from unhealthy competition, from importation. Locally made or manufactured products like toothpicks and the rest, we would ban them from importing those products so that we can empower the SMEs and sell the agenda, buy Kenya, build Kenya. So for that, I would want to support that we standardize the policy for SMEs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Joseph Lelmagit. Mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me, our colleagues have really stayed for long, and I think I will donate 2 minutes each for Lillian Gogo, Jessica Mbalu, Maina Madenge, and Eric Mushangi. On that order, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, MP for Rangwe constituency.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate my sister for sisterhood and caring. Honorable Speaker and great grandson of Asumbi in Rangwe constituency, allow me to take a second to congratulate you for ascending to the speakers panel, and also allow me to congratulate the Honorable Speaker, Substantive Speaker, the Honorable Wetangula Papa, for allowing you to serve with him. Kindly serve Kenyans well. Having said that, Honorable Elachi has always been a noble Kenyan, a powerful and strong woman, a woman who works for Kenya, and she's done it again. I appreciate you, Honorable Elachi, for coming up with something, emotion that touches strictly on the basis of the fabric of Kenya. These are micro and small enterprises. I think we should have also added medium, small, and micro. These are the people who drive our economy, mainly by the work that they do at home, and we should come up with a unified policy. Of course, once policy is there, implementation is very important. I rise to support this motion, and by virtue of time, I may not have much to contribute, but I want to say this is timely. It has come at the time that we need it. It needs to be passed, and we need to implement it as government. This will help to improve our economy. I thank you for donating your time, Honorable Elachi, and I want to also thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me time to speak. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo. The Honorable Jessica Mbalu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and congratulations for being in the Speaker's panel. A seat that I sat for 10 years, 2 terms. So seat that can be cold, can be hot, and sometimes can be warm. So congratulations, you are equal to the task. Allow me to thank the Honorable Beatrice Elachi for coming up with this motion, a motion on development of a unified national policy on small and micro enterprises. And very important is to note that the Honorable Beatrice Elachi is asking the House to resolve, not to urge. Honorable Speaker, you know we have had many motions in this House, and we'll call upon the Committee on Implementation to ensure that such motions are implemented. So this one we are resolving, we are not urging the House. Mr. Speaker, the motion is looking for how we can recognize, fund, mentor, expand, restructure, and market our SMEs products. So Speaker, this one will grow our economy. When I used to teach at the university, I used to tell my students, and we used to have example of the United States of America. The economy has improved because of the SMEs. Mr. Speaker, we look for the government and ask the government to give resources to our SMEs, especially after the effect of the COVID-19. Looking at the Jua Kalis, our boga, women who sell bogas, we can really do something by even giving them support in terms of funding. Let us have one unified policy, Mr. Speaker, where the ministry is to stop a lot of competition, since we now have a ministry for SMEs. Mr. Speaker, the MSMEs, we also need to ensure that we can promote them to trade both locally and internationally. And for this, we'll be creating jobs for our youth, for our women, for our men, and we will have, our economy improving. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Beatrice Arlachi, and we must push this one to a resolution and implementation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Eric Muchangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion by my one-time Secretary General of the Alliance Party of Kenya around 10 years ago. That is where the journey started. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the small and medium enterprises in Kenya offer a very great opportunity for the majority of the Kenyan youth. And Mr. Speaker, the people that have been absorbed in formal employment and in government are around 700,000 people. But there are millions of young people out there who lack jobs. And this sector of small and medium enterprises offer them a great opportunity if only it was well organized. So the call to have a unified policy on that area is a very welcome move, and I believe this also will give an opportunity to government to net more tax, because again, if we must stop relying on the foreign countries to give us aid, then we must know how we shall generate our own taxes. And this now is where the government should focus, give more support to this sector so that we can get more from it. So with those comments, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mujangi. The MP for, what is Honorable Maina Madenge? Is in? Is left. So mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to really congratulate you and to appreciate that I know you'll do justice to the seat and you'll support the Speaker. Having said that, I really want to thank all the members who have contributed to this motion, and really for those who have stayed up to this hour, I don't take it for granted. I want to say thank you very much. In a summary, Mr. Speaker, to appreciate that we have to have implementation of the policy. We must ensure we harmonize the licenses of SMEs. It is important, and I know our senior, Mheshimiwa from Bori, was very clear that it's important to have database identification of SMEs and research development, and to ensure that we partner with other organizations to really build the capacity of our SMEs, to ensure we expand our tax base. Public participation is very critical, and ensuring that we have training and capacity and financial management. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, is to mainstream, and I'm hoping now all the ministries, as Mheshimiwa KJ has said, will stop competition. And now, because we have a ministry of SMEs, let us now take everything of SMEs in that ministry so that they are able now to be coordinated at one place and ensure all sectors, be it manufacturing, be it agriculture, be it talent, all the sectors that we have can indeed enjoy to do business in Kenya and build our economy, but more importantly, build growth so that we can have tax that can go back for services to our people. With those few remarks, my Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Honorable John Waweru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do rise on Standing Order 53(3) of our National Assembly Standing Orders. And Mr. Speaker, I do rise to request that you defer the putting of this question to another sitting pursuant to that standing order that I quote, because I would wish that we would have a better quorum in the House as we are putting the question to this very important motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable John Waweru. Honorable members, I will defer putting of the question on this motion to an appropriate time when the House will be next sitting, as requested by Honorable John Waweru, under Standing Order 53, sub 3. Honorable members, at the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 10th November at 2:30 p.m.